Apologies for the delay, boys and girls. Wasn't really sure what I was going to play today. I kind of went into it thinking I was going to play Numa and was looking at my Xbox Game Pass and realized I had Kentucky Route Zero. So, for those of you that don't know, that's the state where I currently reside. I wasn't born here, but I've lived here a very long time. I've lived all over the United States, a very big place. To say the least, with a lot of different cultures and a lot of different interesting people. And I've definitely had a lot of road trips, whether I myself was driving someone else or I was maybe taking a bus. And it's interesting the people that you sometimes encounter on the highway. I met a very interesting gentleman on a bus once when I was about 13 years old who claimed to be on his way to murder his ex-wife's new boyfriend. The guy was pretty bonked out on drugs. And even as a 13-year-old, I'm like, this guy is just full of himself. But I've definitely had spoopy encounters while alone, especially young and on the highway. Being young, I thought that I was immortal, so I didn't realize how much danger I was potentially in. But I have definitely had some really crazy encounters while traversing the roadways of the United States of America because of the large swaths of land where there's nobody around. And I don't know, I was scrolling through my games trying to decide what it was I wanted to play, and then I remembered that someone mentioned Kentucky Route Zero, which is kind of a similar idea, the idea of getting lost on a highway in a very rural community in the middle of nowhere and ending up somewhere that's kind of fantastical, otherworldly, supernatural. It reminds me of, oh, give me a second. I can't think of the name of it. There is a Stephen King story. Mrs. Todd's Shortcut. If you guys have never read Mrs. Todd's Shortcut, it's a similar idea, but it takes place in Maine. There's this idea that this woman was obsessed with finding a shortcut between two different locations. And she kept cutting her time little by little every day until it got to a point where she was getting from one place to another place faster than should have been possible if she was traveling as the crow flies, which made no sense. There was no straight line between these two places. So how was she getting to the other place so quickly? And she takes the protagonist who tells the story in like a first person peripheral sort of way. She takes him along with her, and come to find out there was like a place in the woods where she would pass through from our reality to another reality, and that was her shortcut. It allowed her to cut the amount of time there was between the two locations. And I don't know, I get a similar vibe from the idea of this game. I haven't played it yet, so I could be wrong, but it basically says, at the twilight of Kentucky, as bird songs give way to a choir of frogs and insects, familiar roads become strange and it's easy to get lost. There are those who are already lost. Those who are already lost may find their way to a secret highway winding through underground caves. The people who live and work along this highway are themselves a little strange at first, but soon seem familiar. The aging driver making the last delivery for a doomed antique shop, a young woman who fixes obsolete TVs surrounded by ghosts, the child and his ... Don't know why it doesn't have the whole thing, because he has a best friend that, if I remember right, is an eagle. What does it say? A child and his giant eagle companion, the robot musicians, the invisible power company lurking everywhere in the threadbare communities who struggle against its grip. I don't know, has kind of a cool vibe, an interesting art style. So I figured, screw it, this is what we'll do. I am going to play Numa soon. I'm not sure when, but I'm also going to start pretty soon doing spooky games. What spooky games? I don't know yet. I think Dead Space is going to be pretty high on that list. I look forward to Dead Space. I actually was on, I think, iFunny, and this guy was talking about Dead Space and how it subverts a lot of your expectations because most scary games give you a moment of respite after a scary encounter. But Dead Space will subvert that by immediately throwing you into another encounter and then another encounter and then another encounter. And most games also have safe spaces, places where you feel safe and you're not going to be attacked. And in the case of Dead Space, they lead you to believe it's the elevator, but then you get attacked in the elevator and you're like, well, that's not safe either. And it impressed me. This guy's really short little review about how spooky it was made me interested in playing it. So I think it is, I believe, saved somewhere. My library. All the Dead Space games are saved. So we probably will play Dead Space 1, 2, and 3 at some point. But let's get into this. Apologies for the delay. I'm real curious how this game will feel. Ooh, 1 second. I had it set to my TV over here. I guess, sure. I'm not a fan of that. Okay, so in my experience, to go to what you're talking about, absolutely not. Linux, at least, is a nightmare, an absolute nightmare to do music production on. It can be done, but because of the modular nature of open source software to accomplish the things that a simple digital audio workstation like Ableton, FL Studio, to accomplish what they do, you often have to have multiple pieces of open source software. I think Bitwig is now available for Linux, which has fixed that, thankfully. But man, I tried to get started with music development in Linux, and it was a fucking nightmare. It was awful. The worst experience I've had with music. I was very disappointed. Mac, yes, but that's because there's a lot of proprietary software that's developed for it. Like Logic, for instance, is used by a ton of professionals. But I never had any issue connecting multiple instruments via MIDI into like FL Studio, and it was very rare that I needed more than one instance of ASIO. I never had that happen the entire time I was recording guitar, bass, drums, vocals. I never ran into that problem. It for whatever reason, I just didn't have that issue. I don't know why would you have. What do you mean by connecting multiple hardware audio devices? Do you mean like multiple Focusrites, like inputs, or what specifically is the problem that you ran into? Because I used to do it all the time, and Linux was the worst. I love Linux too. I'm a big proponent of Linux, but music production on Linux sucked. I hated it. I gave up. I gave up on it. I'm curious precisely what it is you're talking about. So we need to choose a slot to load, a blank notebook, a blank videotape, or a blank audio tape. I got a sound card for output, the UMC20 for HD for mic input, OBS with ASIO plugin for recording. That's interesting. That is way more complicated than the setup I used to record a lot of stuff. I just had a straight input Scarlett Focusrite via USB. And then MIDI would have to be done differently, but still. If you get like I think it's called a 4i4, you could have up to 4 inputs, so you could have vocals, guitar, bass, and drums going in through the same input without any issues. But you're dealing with OBS though. I wasn't trying to play with audio in OBS. I was trying to play with audio in digital audio workstations. I want to go with the blank audio tape. I think that's cool. One, limits and demonstrations. Two, the entertainment. Three, here and there along the echo. Four, un pueblo de nada. The House of Nothing. 5 Scribbly Scrabble. Interesting. Oh, I love the hand. I hope there's enough resolution you can tell the hand is just a series of lines, but I like it. So there's a dog, there's a truck, there's a guy in a tractor in the distance. This is a gas station, and there's a guy sitting outside. Let's check out the dog. An old hound and a straw hat. Both have seen better days. Okay. A moving truck rumbles softly to itself. Painted on its side are the words Lizette's Antiques, Furniture, Glassware, and Curiosities. Okay. Ah, here's the attendant. He turns a little lamp on. Cool. Joseph sits between gas pumps in a Queen Anne chair. His hair is gray and his glasses darkened. I like this so far. Damn, did you hear that wreck? Truck full of bottles. I don't know, beer bottles, whiskey, lost a tire or something, and spilled booze and glass all over the interstate. What a mess. I hope they don't come down here looking for anything. We blew a damn fuse and it's all shut off. Did I hear a dog? What's your dog's name? Conway. His name is Homer. Her name is Blue. Just some dog. I don't know his name. We get to choose stuff, chat. We get to choose stuff. I don't know what stuff to choose. Blue is a better name. I'm gonna go with Blue, I think. Blue sounds like a sweet old hound. I used to know a dog like that. Hey, here's some jerky for Blue. I made it myself. Didn't turn out too well, but I bet the dog will eat it. Getting late, right? I can feel the sun on my neck. I bet it's just a few feet off the horizon. I've been driving all evening looking for 5 Dogwood Drive. I actually know where there would be a Dogwood drive in my own neighborhood. All of the roads where I live in Kentucky are named after trees or plants, almost exclusively. There's like woodland, sycamore, dogwood. Boat dock doesn't count. Oh my god, there's another one I'm forgetting. There are just tons of trees. That's a weird thing. I've seen it all over Kentucky. For some reason, we like to name roads after trees. I've got a delivery to make on Dogwood, but I'd rather watch the sunset. It's the truth. You've got to stop and breathe in that road. I bet while you were out driving, you let your eyes wander up the tree line, and you just, well, I bet you're more of a poet than old Joseph. It's interesting that he brought up the word poet. I would ask this. Do you like poetry? Oh, I just like to listen to the TV. I used to do a lot of poetry on the computer, but I don't have an ear for it lately. Listen, you and Blue would have been driving up and down 65 all night. Dogwood Drive is on the other side of... Well, to get there, you've got to take the 0. Check out how the 0 is all spoopy. The 0 is a tough route to find, but you can use my computer to look up the directions. You'll have to head down into the basement and reset the circuit breaker first. I'll be happy to have those whining lights back up anyway. It's too damn quiet out here. The basement door is back there in the office. Appreciate your help, friend. Oh, and here, take this lamp. It gets dark. Cool. I love this so far. What is this? Oh, I can turn it off and on. Okay, okay. It is kind of a pseudo 3D, almost like an isometric 3D. Oh, yep, there's the basement. Go down in it. Ooh, spoopy, chat, spoopy. He's got a spiral staircase with a crazy warehouse-like basement. What the hell? There's someone in here. Let's check out the sign first, though. A dusty, rusty sign is bolted onto the wall. These are the rules. No open flames near the gas lane, no consumption of beer or spirits on the premises. In case of sudden darkness, do not panic, relax, count backwards from 5. Strictly limit time spent in the basement to fewer than 3 minutes of every hour. Okay, creepy, but sure. Let's go up here. I want to talk to this person, or these people. Basement people. What the hell? Emily, Ben, and Bob sit in folding chairs behind a worn card table. Papers, oddly shaped dice, and highway maps cover the tabletop. Okay, can we talk to them? Conway clears throat. Have y'all seen the breaker box down here? Oh, sorry. I didn't know there was anyone down here. To Bob. Did you hear something? Oh, creepy. To Emily. No, sorry. I was looking at the rules again. To Bob. It gets easier as you go. Look, you said you rolled a 5, right? That means you get to pick up your marker and move it anywhere on the map. To Ben. So it's your turn now, right? Bob. Yeah, I guess so. Where'd you put that 20-sided die? I don't see it. Did you drop it? It should be easy enough to find. It glows in the dark. Oh, I might have to find a 20-sided die for these guys. Curious about that. Can't move any further in that direction, so logic dictates that the breaker is down here somewhere. I think. Can I not go any farther forward? No, that's the edge. So where the hell's the breaker? The hell? There's the exit, but I don't... Weird. Can I move with the keyboard any? No. Am I just blind? I could try talking to them again, maybe? Because they did ignore me. Clears his throat, but gets no response from the people at the table. I just need to get by you for a minute. To Emily. I think it rolled down off the left there, but I don't see it. Well, I'm not going to go looking for it. It's too dark down there. One of you go down and get it. I'll just study the rules here. Oh, and then we zoom out. Rolled off the left. You can't go any farther forward, so what the hell? Oh, it glows in the dark. I'm an idiot. It glows in the dark, so I need to turn the light out and see if I can find it. No, I guess not. This is weird. Conway taps his foot but gets no response from the people at the table. If I can hit that breaker box, I can get the lights back on. I think you were right about the instant crisis rolls. There's a whole separate table of them in the back. I don't like that roll anyway. It's not fun. It's just random and frustrating. The randomness is what makes it realistic, Bob. I mean, I suppose, but... I really need to get the power back on to make this delivery. I still don't understand how you win. Reading aloud. Roll a 20-sided die once for each player and... What? Locate the resulting street address on the road map. Move each player's marker to the appropriate location. That doesn't help. I don't think you can win. It says on the box it's a tragedy. What the hell, dude? The only things I can do right now are turn on and off the light. If I do this... There it is. Why that was so difficult, I don't know. Conway picks up the glowing 20-sided die and inspects it. The number 5 is facing up. It's just a small piece of plastic, but has a reassuring, almost comforting weight. He places the object in his jacket pocket. Okay, we're still where we're supposed to be, thankfully. Except the people aren't there anymore. Folding chairs are arranged around a worn card table. The chairs are empty, and the surface of the table is bare. Conway places the 20-sided die on the table. Conway keeps the 20-sided die in his pocket and walks away. I think I'll place it on the table. It's not mine. I like die, but I'm not stealing it. Breaker's over this way. Cool. Interesting. I wonder if it makes a difference whether or not you keep the die. There it is. Just listen to those lights whine, yep. Well, I'd better get those directions and head to the 0 if you don't mind. There were some people down in the basement playing some kind of game, but they're gone now. In the basement? No, I don't think so. Maybe that lamplight was playing tricks on you, huh? Well, strange things happen underground, especially in the dark. So, computers in the office. You're looking for Marquise. She knows her way around the roads. She'll get you to the 0. The password is, damn, I usually just fill it out. Muscle memory, you know? This game is about a hidden route somewhere through Kentucky where strange things happen. So I'm looking for Marquis. He said, I usually just filled out muscle memory, you know. It's weird that he quoted that. Must be important. It's kind of long, kind of like a short poem, I think. One of those short poems that really sums it all up. You'll figure it out. Okay? I got a dog and a hat named Blue, and I'm looking for the computer. Conway taps a key, waking the computer from its reverie. I would have never thought of my computer as being in a reverie, but sure. User, Conway, typing, Conway. Conway. User Conway is not real. Joseph. Password. Typing. Wheels slide loose. The stars drop away. Nobody saw the accident. The moon throbs. It's late. It's like a poetry simulator. Wow. The stars drop away. The moon throbs. You just breathe road. The lights whine. It will only get later. Password accepted. How's it going in there? Figuring it all out? Sure are. For some reason, I thought my name was Joseph, which is why... I don't know. I thought it was odd that that Joseph would be in the computer, but I got the names of the characters mixed up. So I tried Conway, and of course Conway's not in the computer because it's Joseph's computer. How's it going in there? Figuring it all out? Sure you are. Messages, address book, games, exit. Address book. The 0. Dogwood Drive. Marquise. He said, I'm looking for Marquise. Head northeast on 65 and turn left as soon as you see the ugly tree that's always on fire. Look for the barn at the base of the mountain there. Can't miss it. So I'm taking a left. I'm heading northeast on 65, turning left when I see a burning ugly tree, and then I look for a barn at the base of a mountain. Got it? Out there on Marcondo somewhere, right? Yeah, that's it. Hey, look. While you were down there, I loaded up that old TV of mine into your truck. I borrowed that thing from Weaver Marquise a number of years ago. And now that the power is all weird over here, I can't pick up anything but static and public access anyway. She was always more of a reader, but maybe she'd want it back at home. It's a nice TV. It's random, but sure. I didn't see you put anything in the TV. You are magical somehow. Sun's gone down. You and Blue better get on the road if you're gonna make your delivery. Yep. Hey, Blue, let's talk to you for a minute. Scratches behind Blue's ear. How's it going, Blue? Take it easy, Blue. What do you think of this place? How about a treat? Here's some jerky from the gas station attendant. He's a bit odd, isn't he? I got an achievement, I think. He's a bit odd, isn't he? He reminds me a bit of your old man Ira. What else beeped? Something else beeped. Something else in my room beeped at the same time. That's so weird. What the hell? Okay. Do you miss that guy? He was a good man, a good boss. What do you think of this place? It's odd, never noticed it driving by. Seems like they're really on the rocks. What? Alright, I guess we're... Is the dog coming with me or what? Alright, let's go on this trip. When in doubt, throw in more applications. Mic, voice meter, banana, Ardour, sound card, reroute, OBS, ASIO plugin. Does not work with jack straight. Need reroute between. Isn't reroute from Reaper? I'm gonna linger for a bit. Now I'm gonna go. I used to use Reaper a long time ago. Okay, so I have to head northeast on 65 until I get to the tree that's always burning. Oh, there we go. The burning tree. Mammoth Cave Parkway. Okay. Let's see the burning tree. A tall black oak burns on a hill above the road. Wow. Weird. But I need to go left. There's the Marquise farmhouse. That's freaking cool. What a neat... Act 1, Scene 2. Ooh. Blue is here. Pretty dark out here, huh? So I guess we just need to head up the path here. The farmhouse is up the hill a bit. Keep an eye on the truck, alright? Maybe I can borrow you a treat up here. Up there. I can drive away in the truck, or I could check out the lamp. A street lamp lights the base of a dusty path leading up the hill. Oh, I see. Oh, I see the house. Wow. This reminds me of What Remains of Edith Finch. Ooh, there's a graveyard. Family graveyard is set off to the side of the house. Headstones are inscribed with the surnames of the unfortunate Nowakowski, Padilla, Marquise. A little pump there. Very country. The trees look cool. Oh, you've got the TV in hand. I just noticed that. Ooh, and the door opens. Interesting. I was just thinking, what a lovely house we have. Do you like it? Have you been here before? Did you happen to see an owl? Sure, it's a nice house. No, I've never been here before. I didn't see an owl. I know. I saw it out the window once. Big, ugly thing. All sound and fury. Well, it's gone now. There used to be another house here, but we had to destroy it. And when we built this one, it was very expensive, and we got quite underwater. What do you do for work? Is it too difficult, or do you like it very much? I was once a mathematician. Are you looking for something in particular here? Dude, if you roll up in my house, the last thing I'm going to ask you is if you saw an owl. Although now I'm thinking that maybe I should. You break into my house and I'm like, you didn't happen to see that owl, did you? You know that's going to weird out some robber. They're going to be like, what? What do you mean? The big ugly one made of sound of fear. You didn't. Well, your loss, I guess. You know. Drive deliveries for a small antique shop. I believe it's hard times for a small antique shop. It's hard times everywhere, even out here on our little farm. My parents stopped paying the bank a while back. I shouldn't even be here, but I just stayed. I have some notebooks. I'm only a little bored. I might prefer to watch TV occasionally. Joseph says, you're too smart to watch TV. Ah. Will you please set it up? Then I can explain to you how to get where you're going. The zero. I know. That is creepy because I didn't mention it to her. She just knew. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on? What? I have had a lot of issues with voice meter and delay on Windows. Really, really bad. Every time I use voice meter, there's another one too that I would use. Oh, I can't remember what it's called. It's an add-on you can get from the Microsoft Store. It causes a bunch of delay. I had to delay video in order to line it up when I was using it. I gave up on it. That's not how it's supposed to look. You've made a mistake setting it up. Is it a foreign object to you? Which of your parents was it who wouldn't allow you to watch television? Ma thought she heard ghosts in the static. Dad thought it was radioactive. I know how to set up a TV. Okay, I'm skeptical. You have it all backwards. I'm not surprised. Are you? Have you been paying attention? I don't think you have. It's time to start paying attention now, Conway. Look closely at the television. But I'm not looking closely at the television. I'm looking at the hill in the distance. There's some horses grazing. A symbol on a barn that's falling apart. A windmill in the distance. A water tower, which is really short. Should be much bigger than that. Hey, wake up. You spaced out there for a minute. The picture on the TV. What do you keep out in that barn? Used to be tools and feed, then books. Now I think it's mostly spiders. The TV is picking up the wrong signal. My cousin Shannon would know more about it. She fixes TVs for a living. Well, she used to. I think the new models are giving her some trouble. So I really just need to get to the zero. Honestly, I'm not convinced you should bother with the zero. I'd much rather you find my cousin and fix my TV, but I'll get you headed the right way. So it's pretty easy. Get back to the 65, heading north. Then take the first right after the artificial limb factory. From there, your arrival at the zero is basically inevitable. So it's the first right after the artificial limb factory. Jesus Christ, this game is weird. Nice to know, Conway. Keep your eyes open, especially in the dark. We've got burning trees, artificial limbs, TVs that I believe show what's outside the window, which doesn't make any sense, but Okay. Marquise has mysteriously disappeared. Super strange. There's nothing else I can interact with, so let's move, I guess. The art style of this game is beautiful, but it's almost too cerebral so far. I'm paying attention to the lyrics. Okay. So I have to get back to 65 and head north until just past the artificial limb factory. There's the artificial limb factory. The creek runs along the outside highway and then turns toward a dirty brick building. A grinding drone from within the building is faintly available to the interstate. Floodlights on the lawn illuminate smokestacks. At the edge of the building's parking lot, a large sign, partly obscured by the trees, reads Artificial Limb Factory. I'm guessing American Artificial Limb Factory. So we're taking the next right. I don't guess I can take the other roads, but... Wait a minute. This makes driving the highway way easier than it actually is. Can I not get out on... No, I have to take the first right. I don't believe this is correct. Okay, no, we're in scene 3. Okay, we did it right. Just took a minute. It's too bright in here. It's better. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Place is creepy as hell. Brushes dirt off Blue's hat. How's it going, Blue? Huh, not sure that lady was right about the on-ramp to Zero being here. Guess you just can't tell some folks. They're liable to run you around just for kicks. Better look around, though. Must be something down somewhere. Better hurry, though. Weather's about to turn. How do I know that? Let's take our time and check this out, though, okay? There's an entrance. Can't see Jack. Uh-oh. Oh, is that her? Shannon speaks to a large brick cell phone held up to her ear. It's $200 for 2 weeks. Yeah, it's kind of is an emergency. Inaudible. But can I trust him to just change the locks? Yeah. So she's about to get kicked out of her house. She's worried. Yeah, I appreciate that, but okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I love you. So we found Shannon. What the hell she's doing here? I don't know. No work tomorrow. Seems like a lot of effort to write all your R's backwards and your N's backwards, but sure. Excuse me, ma'am. I saw the light was on and I'm looking for the on-ramp too. Oh, no. I guess you don't belong here either, do you? Do you work for the power company? Are you just wandering? I'm playing Shannon now? Ha, well, I do drive a lot, just me and the road mostly, when the sun is out. Is that your job, driving? Here's what it is. I drive deliveries for a shop called Lizette's Antiques, and I'm out trying to finish the job. You're making a delivery to a mine? Oh, no. I have a delivery for 5 Dogwood Drive, and I can't remember ever seeing that address before. Now I heard I need to take the highway called the Zero. So I met this young lady named Weaver Marquise, and she sent me this way. So here I am. Uncommon kind of place for an on-ramp, but that's what it's been like so far with... What? Weaver Marquise, do you know her? So you saw her tonight. I know Weaver. She's my cousin. I'm Shannon Marquise. She was. So she is. She's a ghost. Oh, you're the one who fixes televisions. That's right. Did she tell you that too? Of course she did. Weaver doesn't lie. One time when we were younger, she told me my dad had been in a terrible car wreck. There was crushed metal everywhere, and we'd be hearing it echo through the house for years, she said. I was very upset, crying, and then my dad walked in the door, just come back from a trip to the junkyard collecting scrap metal to fashion into wind chimes. I was angry, but she said it wasn't a joke and it wasn't a lie. At the time, I thought she meant it was a riddle or a puzzle, but Weaver's not a puzzle. She's a mystery. So maybe the Zero is down here somewhere. Maybe it is. Well, I won't mind the company. I've got business down here myself. I talked to Weaver earlier this evening, too. Or anyway, she talked to me. It's hard to tell if she's listening sometimes. Weaver told me I had to come down here to the Old Elkhorn mine. She said I'd find something I've been looking for. Where did you see Weaver? At my workshop. She just appeared. I hadn't seen her since a long time. I'm guessing that she's dead. It's not such a bad thing, you showing up now. All told, I'd rather not go down there alone. Your dog should stay up here, though. It's not a place for a dog. This is an old mine. It runs pretty deep and tangled. If we're going to go down into it, find your on-ramp and whatever else. You've got to keep your bearings. I don't want to get turned around. I've got some gear here to measure conductivity, frequency response, stuff like that. Maybe we can find a way to put the signal out ahead, do some analysis, and figure out what kind of topology we're up against. Topology, okay. That's the science of continuous space, my friend. The way this twisting maze of passages fits together. I mean, I know what topology is. It's just weird that you would use the phrase. I mean, maybe Conway doesn't know what it is, but it doesn't seem like that crazy of a word. It's just not used a lot. Oh, I love that. Oh, PA. That runs into the mine's PA system. Do you think it still works? Only one way to find out. All right, give it a whirl. Into PA. Is there anybody down there? How big is this place? Nothing. Oh, there's no power. Yeah, okay. Even when this old mine was up and running, it was tricky to keep stuff powered. You know, the miners used to have to pay just to run the fans and lights. Yeah, they got paid in these shitty plastic tokens. Coal script, you know? And if you want to run the fans for a bit to clear up the air, well, you have to put in a token. My parents used to work here, so it did Weaver's parents. I guess a lot of folks' parents worked here. So let's just head into the mine and see what we see. Can we power it up is a good question. But we just have to free up some power for the PA system. Everything is rationed. Here, set up the lamp of yours. I'll go unplug the ceiling lights. Wow. I heard the speakers back here crackle a bit. It's on now, right? Try saying something into the mouthpiece. Well, okay, I hear you. We need to measure the echo delay time and figure out how deep the tunnels run. Just make some noises into the mouthpiece. Is this you, Captain? Clear his throat. It sounds most awkward. Scripts a coin across the mouthpiece, knocks on the table, hums a deep tone into the mouth. Whistle. Hi, the game. Damn, that's a long day. A delay. These tunnels run deep. I bet some of them are ruptured or joined up with the cave system. All right, I set up a spectrum analyzer, so just say something into the mouthpiece. Why does she have a spectrum analyzer with her? She out ghost hunting or something? Mouthpiece, and we can get a sense of how narrow the mine tunnels are. Don't be shy. Just say anything that comes to mind. Tell me a story or something, or what you did for breakfast today. Here is the story. I used to work doing roof repair. I had breakfast with Lizette. My boss got a real big job out in Louisville. It should have taken us an hour to get up there. It seemed like a big project, but doable. But then a thunderstorm hit, and it was too late anyhow. Got it. Looks like the tunnels are pretty cramped. Yeah, low ceilings. Hope you're ready to stoop a bit. You're probably used to it. Thanks. One more test. We just need to know if the air is breathable or if it's too thin or too dense. Just sit real close to the mouthpiece and breathe. I'll measure the resonance of your breath. With the air in the tunnels, just try to relax. Try to breathe naturally. Sorry, chat. Had to. Breathes and visualizes a hot meal. Visualizes a cold drink. Breathes and relaxes as a peal of feedback and loose rock engulfs him. Oh, sorry, chat. Yeah, let's cause a bunch of feedback that, you know, crumbles the mine around us. It's a good plan. Jesus, are you all right? What the hell? My leg is stuck. Shit, okay. I'm gonna pull you out. We have to get you out of here. There you go. Okay, are you hurt? Can you put any weight on the leg? It's all messed up. It's a better story that way. Here, let's get you onto the tram. There you go. Now let's see if this thing has power. Oh, okay. There's some luck, right? We should be able to ride this tram right out one of the auxiliary exits, if there are any. I think there are. What about the on-ramp? We'll just find the exit and then figure out what to do from there. That's our first priority. So the controls are over on your side. Let's get moving. Cool, we're going to ride a tram. Good thing I have a jacked up leg. What does this do? Turn the light off? What's with the creepy static? Creepy. Feel like we could move faster walking, but sure. Turntable. Oh, here we are. This must be hard to believe. It's hard for me to believe myself, but this whole branch was underwater last I heard. Is it safe? I guess so. Looks like they finally drained it, or maybe just drained off on its own. The water came in pretty fast, and a lot of folks are trapped in the tunnels. I heard only parts of how it went from there, sanitized and for the bereaved. You know how these big companies are. But there was gossip, too. The trapped miners couldn't get the pumps going because the power was rationed, so they shut off all the lights. Even then, it wasn't enough. So I guess it was dark when they... Are you okay? You lost some people down here, didn't you? We all lost people down here. Well, not all of us, but most of us. It doesn't matter now. Look, this old turntable is still wired up. The controls are dead, but I can use my signal generator to switch the tracks if the water hasn't damaged it too much, or we can just keep heading down this tunnel. All the junk hanging up around the turntable is from the company's store. Just junk, you know. The miners would buy it and use it to decorate the place. Or as landmarks, I guess. Hard to know which way is which down here. It's all so damn dim and gray. Shannon connects 2 clip leads with her signal generator to the turntable's electrical panel. We're on the track between the animal bones and the rowboat, so... Tuning, the pendulum, and the casket, the bat feeder, and the scarecrow. The pendulum and the casket, I like that better. That's sort of a reference to Edgar Allan Poe. I think. There's a lot of subtle poetic references in this game. Okay. Connects the two, right? We're on the track between the pendulum and the casket. So, the animal bones and the rowboat, the bat feeder and the scarecrow. Disconnects. Let's go this way. I'm curious about this way. Okay. I have no idea where I'm going. We're going to figure it out, though. That's interesting. It didn't do that before. It would continue regardless of whether or not I continued to click, but okay. It's a tape player. A dusty reel-to-reel tape player is stashed behind the track, loaded with tape, but starved for power. Okay. I guess I can't do anything else with it. Oh, we got a dead end. Damn. Okay, shoot. We have to go back. It's cool that they look in the direction they're going. It's subtle, but that's neat. Sorry for the noise, chat. I can't actually see the turntable. I guess it's this. So we have to try the next one. We're on the track between the pendulum and the casket. So, tuning to the animal bones and rowboat. No, that's where I came from, isn't it? Can't you also go backwards in it? Yes, you can. Oh, I just did. I just did go backwards in a direction. But this is where I started. So I could continue on where I started, or I could go to the bat feeder and the scarecrow. I actually am going to disconnect, though, and I'm going to see where this goes. That's a good point, actually. That's a good point, actually. I could see what's to the left. That's actually a really good point. I didn't think of that. I can see what... I already saw what was to the right, but we can push further left past the turntable. It's just so deeply ingrained in us that you push to the right in every game you play. Or 2D games, anyway. I have a feeling this will dead end too, though. Or not. Maybe it'll lead us outside. There's a stage? Damn, it's almost totally intact. I thought it would have been destroyed. What is this place? It's a recording studio, basically, kind of thrown together, but when this mine was active, a couple of folk music archivists spent time here recording miner songs, really academic ivory tower types. None of the miners really talked to them much. So they stayed in the margins, observed, took notes, and then sometimes they'd get someone on a lunch break and sing into their microphone. Then I guess the power company got some kind of interest in the project and gave the archivists some coal script tokens to pay the miners with for their songs. Did you ever come down here? Do you think the archivists were after? Data, I guess? Comparing intonation, subject matter, diction. You know, all those little details that no one really thinks about when they listen to music. Yeah, academics are great at that stuff. Let's get out of here. So, can I not go further left? Nope, it's a dead end. Okay, so, good call. Good call, Soups. We discovered a thing. Got to get to the turntable, and then from the turntable... Okay. We can go to our original location, or our original direction. Which is the bat and the rowboat? No, the animals in the rowboat. The bat feeder and the scarecrow is the one I haven't done yet. We're going to go to Animal Bones and Rowboat. That should rotate us this way. Clockwise, not counterclockwise. For some reason, I was thinking of it from underneath, which would be counterclockwise, but... Oh, that's the exit. No, we're not going to the exit yet. I want to explore the last direction. I want to explore this cave fully. The exit's too easy. I had a feeling this would be the case if I continued down that path. But I want to see what else I can discern about these caves. I just wish this were a little quicker. You know? Oh, that's a cool... Oh my god! Did you see the miners? Fucking creepy, chat. Wow. The bat feeder and the scarecrow. That is so spooky. So it should rotate, yeah, either counterclockwise once or clockwise twice. Or clockwise once, counterclockwise twice. Okay, so I'm gonna turn the light off and we're gonna go backwards. I want to see all the people standing around. Dead end. Do you hear that? Kind of muffled rumbling? Maybe near water? Maybe near the surface? Could be. There was an underground lake here years ago. I guess that's why they stopped digging so abruptly. Hmm. I don't have time for your spam calls, phone. Wait, what was that? Turn the light on. What the hell is that thing? Spooky, whatever it is. Oh, it's a PA system. I get it. No, 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 no. Cancel, 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 cancel. Shit. I need to go further right. I forgot. I like the static effect that they add. Disconnect, disconnect, close. Keep going. Give me my mouse back. Turn the light off. See miners standing around. I wonder if there are monsters down here. Broken track. The track's all messed up. This tram isn't going any further. I wonder what's down that tunnel. I'm curious too, but we can't get off the tram now, so... At least we didn't travel too far. We need to go to the something in the rowboat. Animal Bones rowboat. Yeah, Animal Bones in the rowboat. It'll go counterclockwise. I wonder if you turn your light off while doing this, if it... I see the Animal Bones and the rowboat. Ah, I kept seeing like the scarecrow and stuff, the casket. I don't see the pendulum, but I'm sure it's there somewhere. All right, let's go to the exit, looking at all the spooky ghosts. All right, boys and girls, let's exit this place. We've already checked everything out. Let's go. That tunnel where the tracks are broken. Shannon, if you wait for me here... But I want to go see what happens in the tunnels. I want to see what's at the end of the broken tracks. You don't have a light, lady. What are you doing? Birdcage. Paper tag hangs from the birdcage to the string. Canary, 25 tokens. Canary sold at the company store? Did they also sell respirators? No bones in the cage. The bird must have been set free, or maybe the cage was cleaned. There are cardinals at the Louisville Zoo and other birds, ostriches, eagles, emus, no canaries. Too common, too small maybe. But they have starlings. Starlings are much bigger than canaries. It's random. Tape reels. Pile of tape reels is jammed into the top of the tram. They must have been thrown in the rush. The reels are unlabeled. The tape is decayed. Lizette and Ira's son Charlie talked about a piece of music he liked, made with old decaying tapes. What was it called? Something about... Charlie had the most bizarre taste in music. Weird, noisy, computer music. Where did he even hear that stuff? Louisville, probably, or college. He was a smart kid. Damn pity. Noise? Noise music? Or like old school industrial? Like Throbbing Gristle or something? Notebook at the top of this dusty stack is labeled in black marker. The label is dusty and smudged, but it looks like it might say horses? Houses maybe? Or verses even? Crude and hurried handwriting too. Lisette has immaculate handwriting, pristine and measured cursive, never a stray mark. For the last several months she filled out the receipts for each order. Since that young couple complained about the handwriting on the order slip, it's carbon paper anyway, it's bound to wear away over time. If they're so precise about their records, they should put it on the computer anyway. The sound in the background is so creepy. I'm supposed to wait for her here, but nothing is going on. Should I just exit or... Oh, well, I can enter again, I think. Why is my truck here? Oh, I came back out where I started. The cramped shack is lined with wooden shelves, dusty stacks of tape reels and notebooks crowd the room, but a bit of moonlight filters through the window near the ceiling. On a small desk in the middle of the room lay 3 notebooks. The red one is labeled J. Marquise, the green one is labeled R. Marquise, and the blue one is unlabeled. She's Shannon, so the blue notebook's probably Shannon. The notebook is full of Greek letters and cryptic mathematical formulas. Near the back of the book, what first looks like it might be an esoteric German shorthand is actually a love poem written in anagrams. Alright, let's check out, I don't remember what the first marquise was, but we'll go with red. The pages are covered in disorganized notes, some written horizontally, others scribbled vertically into margins. A few pages are lined evenly and divided up into charts correlating seasons, lyrics, harmonies, and coal halls. Conway opens the green notebook. On each page is a delicately rendered charcoal drawing. Most are portraits of rugged faces. Near the middle of the book, there are a few drawings of a young girl in a miner's helmet. She plays along the minecart tracks, collecting pieces of, oh yeah, this place. These notebooks are labeled Marquise. Your parents were the archivists? No. Weaver's parents are the archivists. My parents were miners. How's the leg? I can walk on it, but it's slow. Well, I'll try not to get too far ahead of you. You don't mind my hitching a ride, do you? I kinda got a lift out here, and wasn't sure if, when I'd be heading back. I can drive. Yeah... No, I'm not letting a stranger drive my vehicle, sorry. I can handle it. Okay, your decision. I still need to find the 0. I guess I should look for another route to Dogwood Drive. Yeah, alright. We'll maybe ask Weaver about the 0. What? Well, maybe asking about Weaver about the 0 was wrong in the first place. Maybe we should just ask her for specific directions. Her answers are complicated even without a layer of indirection at the question. I saw Weaver at my workshop. That's up north by Nolan, right at the Wax and Peonia in the back of the bait shop. Pretty glamorous, right? These are the times we live in. She's either up there, back at the farmhouse, whichever you want to head for first. Just let me know. North, Lake Nolan, right at Wax and Peonia in the back of a bait shop. I want to go to a new place, so... Oh, actually, I want to talk the dog. Blue's a good dog. Blue has a nice hat. Lissette's Antiques. I guess this is your truck. Surprised? It's kind of old. No, I'm not surprised. I guess it's an antique too. I think it suits you. Talk to Blue. Blue, this is Shannon. Nice to meet you, Blue. I've got some dried banana slices in my bag. Would you like one? I don't really like them anyway. Take care of your friend here, and there's more where that came from. Cool. Yeah, we spoil the dog. That's always a vital part of any game. Anytime there's an animal, you have to spoil them. Unless you have to hunt them. Anyway. Gets back on the road. So we're going north to Lake Nolan, and then we're looking for something in Peonia. Peonia? I'm assuming by north, that means 65. That looks like it might be a lake or a river. Can't go any further. Let's go up 88. Cub Run Highway. There's a guitar player here. Young man in gray strained clothes sits by the side of the road. He is playing a worn guitar. To his left is a blue mug, and to his right a weathered dog. Listen. The young man strums absently on the guitar, hums tunelessly, and occasionally mumbles a word. Put $1 in his cup. The young man stops playing, pulls a wet dollar bill out of his whiskey, and hands it back to Conway. Oh, shit. I put $1 in his whiskey. My bad, dude. Is this the lake? There's the bait shop, sure enough. Is it loading? Must be loading. Oh, that's cool. Get back to 65, heading north, and take the first right after the artificial limb factory. Okay, we don't have any more notes after that. Oh, it went the wrong way. What the hell? It's not... Conway and Shannon pull into the bait shop parking lot. There we go. Vaulted above the road on a thin steel bar, a handwritten sign reads live bait, minnows small and also large for stripers, night crawlers, chips, and beer. A green flyer hangs loosely from a bit of masking tape at eye level. To the shop's right, a dirt parking lot sprawls unevenly into the grass and then eventually trees. A bait shop is closed. Enter the side door at Shannon's workshop. The walls are lined with cheap metal shelves loaded precariously with vacuum tubes, awkwardly shaped metal casings, and coffee cans full of electronic components. Shannon leads Conway to the back of the room where a few TV sets in various states of disassembly are set up on a rough wooden table. She flips the switch on the power strip there, all plugged into, and the TV sets tremble to life. Watch the TV sets. A ghostly white wobble flickers along one screen in a rhythmic pattern. Another is just snow. A third, a small security monitor in the middle of the table, is oscillating between different shades of black. Ask Shannon about Weaver. Shannon points to a small security monitor on the table. The image on the screen is just black, but it seems to be fading slowly, almost imperceptibly, between different shades of black. Shannon tweaks a few knobs on the side of the monitor, but the picture doesn't change. Stare at the security monitor. The screen is cavernous black. It hums and swells at the pace of the tide. Conway loses track of the workshop's walls. They could be inches away or miles. He is adrift on black water, traveling swiftly toward a rocky shore. There should be a lighthouse or a buoy by these rocks. It's too dangerous. Shannon switches off the power strip. Weaver is not there. What? So she's a ghost too? What the hell? So strange. Oh, there's an airplane. Two shirtless, shoeless men push a light aircraft along the highway. Occasionally, one of the others slips a bit on the sweating asphalt or stops to pull back his hair. Random as hell, but sure. The rubber is almost worn away. Soon, these men will be dragging this airplane. The men are nearly broken. Oh no! Weaver is still with me, so what the hell? Back on the road. So weird. It's just so strange. None of this makes sense. One second. The field notes say 0 on Elkhorn Mines, direction for Marquise. There's nothing after that, though. So I'm real confused about where I'm supposed to go. That's Shannon, isn't it? Weaver was the farmhouse person. They're both Marquise, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. But also, I don't know where I'm going except maybe Nolan Dam Road. There's a museum here. The sign in the front of the building reads museum. The lights are off, but the front door is open. Enter the museum. A few feet inside the museum doors, the ambient sound of the highway drops sharply away. The room is cold, dark, and still. A book lies open on the table in the center of the room. An open hallway extends to the left. Large glass doors bar the path ahead. Look at the book first. There's no title on the book's spine or cover. A three-word phrase written in pencil on the first page is smudged and indecipherable. On the first page, someone has left an ink drawing of a horse. Several dozen blank pages later, at the end of the book, is an elaborate ink drawing of one-legged man working an antique adding machine surrounded by whiskey bottles. Walk to the glass doors. The glass doors won't budge. To apply any more force would likely break them. Force through the doors. Return to the entrance. I'm not breaking anything. Walk to the hallway, I guess. Conway steps echo against the hallway's marble floor and arched ceilings. Plexiglass boxes line the walls. The hallway dead ends on a darkened display case. Look at the boxes on the walls. Look at the darkened display case. The display case is several yards wide, but just a few feet off the ground. It's unlit, and back in this corner of the darkened museum, very little moonlight creeps in. A gold-plated plaque on the surface of the case is a bit easier to read. It recounts a short history of fowl hunting in the region and then speculates abruptly about the nature of addiction. Look at the boxes on the walls. The first box, just a few feet from the hall, contains an assortment of bird wings. Some are missing feathers. One large, brightly colored wing almost glows in the moonlight. Its feathers are intact, but a piece of bone pokes awkwardly out from its tip. Look at the box. Oh, okay. Yeah, return to the entrance. We're leaving this place. This place is creepy. This is a Scooby-Doo episode. The creeper's gonna get us. Exit the museum. Okay. What is this? A sign at the front of the building. Oh, yeah. Driveway. What is this thing? There's the Marquise farmhouse. We'll go back to the farmhouse really quick. See if with Weaver and Marquise together or whatever. Oh no, this is the new scene. Okay, we've moved forward. I wonder what the horse in the water is all about. I will say there are a lot of these tight, curvy roads that are a pain in the ass. It was. You're right. That's the gas station. I can't move as fast because I chose to say that I have a hurt leg earlier. I wish I hadn't done that because now walking is an absolute pain in the ass. Oh, you throw a spike and then a horseshoe. I was wondering what that was. But where we're going is up here. How far can I go? Not very far at a time. Oh. I'm stuck. Oh, she helps him. Oh, she helps him now. Oh, because it hurts so bad. I wanted the role play. That's true. That's why I did it. Look at the graves again. Shannon, there's nobody buried here, you know. It's decorative, I guess. It's fucking weird. Or it's art or something, I don't know. A decorative graveyard? Weaver's folks were like that. Not morbid, I mean, but strange, careless with tragic ideas. Oh, and look at the headstone marquise. I used to think that was for my parents. Now I don't know. There we go. Now I can enter the house. You're not coming? I guess it's level ground, so she doesn't need to help me as much. Yeah, that's right. You're going to have to help me up the damn stairs. Oh, I walk normal upstairs even though my leg's jacked up. That doesn't make sense, but sure. The door just opens. Well, she's not here. So, this is where she was. Yeah, it makes sense. This was where Weaver and her parents lived. They took out a bunch of loans, you know, and had this place built. Do you have any debts? Never really had any collateral. Owe some people some apologies. Well, you're lucky that's all you owe. Not necessarily, but sure. My parents were like that until the company store found a way to get to them. For my dad, it was tokens to run the fans and air purifiers, and for my mom, it was the canaries. Two solutions to the same problem, but they sure sounded different. Weaver had debt too, a lot of it, all tuition. She said she was a mathematician or something? Yeah, she studied some esoteric stuff about something about using math to translate between Spanish and English. That's fucking weird. I think eventually Weaver put those math skills to work on all the red numbers in the family checkbook and got a clear sense of just how hopeless their situation was, so she left. I guess she just drove away in the middle of the night. They woke up in the morning and the car was gone. Never came back. Until tonight. Someone else told me to come here and talk to her. She seemed really focused on the old TV. Oh, that's not something you see every day. That old TV right there, well, that is a damned antique for you. I had a model like that in the shop once, but I had to sell it off to make rent. Most painful decision I ever made. Attached to an antique television. I mean, I guess if you have a tube television and you have the means of buying new tubes, I could see it. Like, I have a tube amplifier. You know, amplifiers are slowly becoming more and more solid state, although there is, like, a certain kind of love for tube amplifiers. There always will be among musicians. That doesn't necessarily make them antique. It just makes their function older, I guess. Say, do you think... So, do you mind if I open it up? Looks like the dials are all corroded and the screen is leaking light a bit. Come on, I bet Lisette would never forgive you for letting a specimen like that fall into disrepair. I have never seen an antique television in a store, but I suppose it's possible? Oh yeah, these tubes are all messed up. Look like they've been in a swamp or a cave or something. There's moss growing on this one. That's okay. I have a few spares in my bag. Here, I pulled this one out of the computer monitor. It just needs to be recalibrated a bit. Okay, yeah, tubes. I was making sure I read that right. Okay, that should be seeing something now. Are you seeing anything? Hey, that looks dangerous. What are you doing there? A little bit to the left. Damn, okay, here. I think that contacts are dirty. Now don't go telling my customers I clean off old vacuum tubes with spit. There. Just got to turn it north and south and... I knew it. Kentucky Route Zero. We found it, chat. For the record, I love ambient and drone music. That was, oh, so good. So we've gone through one act. There are 5, I believe. We could probably do 2 acts one day, 2 acts the next day, and then the final act the third day, something like that. But I'm going to go get another cup of coffee, seeing as how we're at the end of Act 1, and when I come back, we'll do Act 2. So far, my only complaint about this game, and it's a complaint that I have with a lot of games, um, is that it feels slow. It feels like the pacing is slow. Toward the end, it definitely picked up. I don't know that the entire game is going to be that way, but it feels a bit slow. And I think it's because of the limited number of mechanics where it's just a point and click. I think toward the end of the first act, the pace really started to pick up. It began to make up for it by having some really good story. I really am entrenched in it now. I want to know what the hell is going on. I want to know what the deal with Route Zero is. But I see this a lot with point and click games. They're either the most entertaining, well-paced thing that you've ever played, or the pacing feels a bit off and a bit slow. But I can't judge it completely yet because we've only done Act 1, and there are 5 acts. Let's see if Act 2 keeps up the good work. Limits and demonstrations. There's a hairpin in the center. That's interesting. Oh, my coffee is hot. Oh. Wall text. Limits and demonstrations. Alula Chamberlain retrospective. Marking the first major public showcase of her work in over 20 years, this retrospective exhibition of work by pioneering installation artist Lula Chamberlain comprises a diagonal slice through time, place, and form. The pieces on display here are individually debuted over a period of 35 years, designed in Chamberlain's various homes and studios between her beloved Mexico City and her native Elizabethtown, which is in the west of Kentucky, by the way. I've been there. It's okay. It's a little more dangerous than it used to be. I famously knew a stripper from there. They represent a range of scale and impact, from the intimate warmth of vertex texture fetch to the infamous visage, the latter of which requires a vertical clearance of over 30 feet. Yet these works share a confounding legacy. In each of their debut exhibitions, they were nearly impossible to install. Galleries and museums balked at the scale, power requirements, and highly skilled labor involved in maintaining these works for display. Some of their debuts collapsed under the weight of logistics, only to be successfully executed much later. And so, just as they described the outer limits of Chamberlain's range as an installation artist, the geographical edges and vertices of her itinerant home life, and the beginning and end of her distinguished career, the works on display here are also trace the extremes of our capabilities and the frontiers of our patience as both viewers and exhibitors. Are we capable of viewing these works as they were meant to be viewed? Do we even want to be? There's some good writing in this. They favor flowery language, but it is fun writing. It is fun to read. Oh, okay, so we're in the museum, I think. Interesting. Title card. Basement Puzzle number 2, artist Sunset and Horse, 1976, plaster and wire. What do you think she means by puzzle? Can you read the covers of these books? Yeah, weird. I guess it's something you can solve? They must be symbols. Artist, sunset, horse. Or is it an anagram or like a code? Or is it just misdirection? Maybe it's a puzzle, but there's no right answer. That is kind of sad. I'm now thinking about why this would be considered a puzzle. Anyway. What? Title card, overdubbed, Nanjun Pike installation in the style of Edward Packard, 1965, 1973, 1980, magnetic tape, handheld tape, playback head, speaker system, voice of the artist, computerized, synthesized speech. Ben, oh, I read about this one. It's interactive. How does it work? Have a good day, Soups. Hope I see you later. It's just a bunch of old tape, and you run this playback head along it, and just listen to the recordings, I guess. So, like music or spoken poetry. Let's try it out. I think you start in the middle. As Bob drags the playback head along the tape, a woman's voice issues unsteadily from the speakers. We start in the middle. Donald and Joseph are in the hallway. I am in the office. The walls are lined and filled with cabinets. A few drawers hang open. The door is ajar. A massive computer looms in the corner. There are some punched cards on the floor. A synthetic voice recording spliced awkwardly into the tape lists out options in monotone. To examine cards, rotate 30 degrees and advance 7 inches. To leave room, rotate 17 degrees and advance 4 inches. To activate computer, rotate 200 degrees and advance 15 inches. Examine cards. Bob moves the playback head to another strip of tape. Lula, encoded in the holes punched through these cards, the first draft of the Poetics subsystem. I can't read punched cards by sight. Donald can, I think. Anyway, this version was pretty underwhelming. To leave room, rotate 17 degrees and advance 4 inches. To activate computer, rotate 200 degrees and advance 15 inches. Activate computer. Bob moves the playback head to another strip of tape. Lula, so loud. I love it. I am now holding 2 punch cards. On one of them, Joseph has scribbled the note Caves. The other is blank. To insert Caves card, rotate 11 degrees and advance 2 inches. To insert blank card, rotate 95 degrees and advance 14 inches. Caves card. We're on a dirt trail in the park, or well, it's not really a trail. Distant. It's a trail. It's more like a tendency. There tend to be fewer plants here on the path we've been walking. Walking sounds, which we can hear. Now, we're walking at the edge of a massive hole. The dirt gives way to a mossy rock as the ground sinks into darkness. Joseph and Donald are following the rope down into the cave. They have computer equipment tied to their backs. So do I. To enter the cave, rotate 65 degrees left and advance 4 inches. That's my only choice. Yeah, that's the end of that one. So 65 degrees, 4 inches. That's the last trip, so everything's down here now. Distant. The final resting place. Don't be so morbid. To remember a fond gesture, rotate 180 degrees and advance 23 inches. To regret a harsh word, rotate 12 degrees and advance 6 inches. Regret. It's late morning now. I'm sitting at my desk on my lunch break. This is the last recording I'll make on this tape, and then I'll drop it in the mail tomorrow, and then who knows. I've been recording onto this tape for 15 years, I think. A lot of other things happened, so here's a story. The first time I moved to Mexico, I stayed there for 3 years, and I had no contact with either Joseph or Donald. And the whole time, they each thought I had done it to spite them. Maybe I had, in part, but I don't think they ever appreciated the community I had in Mexico. Or anyway, when I came back, I didn't call them to visit the university. I ran into Donald completely by chance at a hardware store. He asked me why I hadn't called, and I told him it hadn't occurred to me. So I'm almost out of tape. I guess I'll just let it run out while I eat. No instructions? Go back a bit. We missed a bit. Really? We've gone so far. Yeah, let's go back. Okay, sure. Let's play back ahead to another strip of tape. That's last strip, so everything's down here now. Final resting place. Ah. Remember. It's the morning now. I'm in the car. I'm driving to work. This is the last recording I'll make on this tape, and then I'll drop it in the mail tomorrow. And then who knows? I've been recording onto this tape for 15 years, I think. A lot of other things happened, so here's the story. When I met Donald and Joseph, they were both students, and I was in a band performing on campus. They came to my show, and then we met at some bar and had a few drinks together. Joseph wanted to impress me, so he stole a metal cocktail tumbler and gave it to me. Got kicked out, wandered drunkenly until morning, and finally ended up at the diner. And now I use the tumbler to store extra pins on my desk. So, I'm almost out of tape. I guess I'll just let it run out while I drive. No instructions? No, that's the end of the tape strip. I won't tell a soul. Let's play back ahead to another strip of tape. Think of our work, our research. You'll die in these damn cold caves, and what about those men? You know they'll come back. We'll go deeper, that's all. They'll never find us. Did you hear their voices? They're not... They'll find you, but not me. I'm going back to the surface. Stop! Your stupid fight is ringing through the whole damn cave. Joseph is right. We can't stay here. I'm leaving too, but I'm not going back to the surface. I'm taking my station wagon and I'm heading down the Zero. You'll be lost forever. But we need your voice for the machine, Lula. It only recognizes your voice. I'll send you this tape when I'm done recording. I'll put it in the mail. And then you can see what your damn machine does with it. Oh. Fucking weird. Weird. One second. Headphones are trying to die. This reminds me of like watching the Backrooms or something. What the hell? Visage, 1984, Unknown Media. What is it made of? What kind of machines are those? I find this profoundly moving. What do you think, Bob? Why is there always the pretentious option? What is that made of? It's a mystery. It looks like ribbon? Bandages? Oh, have you seen The Invisible Man? It's... Slice a visage to build a visage. Puzzle to its owner. Then... What? It's a poem I read. I think it was written by a computer. Sounds like it. Wait! These are the three guys that were playing D&D in the basement of the gas station. Emily, Bob, and Ben. I just realized. Vertex texture fetch, tree, television, and suspended cathode ray tube, 1968, found materials. Bob, this seems like your kind of thing. Oh yeah, I love this one. So domestic, but it's so weird. Guess I'm just really into weird domestic these days. Spinning coin suspended. Correcting for angular motion, 1976, found materials. Feels strangely alive. Yeah, it's like it's about to fall over. You mean the coin's about to fall over? You mean the whole thing's about to fall over? Yeah, I'm kind of anxious, right? I feel like we startled it, and now there's this uncomfortable pause. I feel really drawn to it, but it just makes me nervous. So I've gone around in a circle. Oh, there's the exit. Oh, I didn't realize that the exit was over there. Wait a minute. No, 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 no. To rotate back a little bit and then exit. Yeah, I guess I'm ready to go. Like to look around a bit more. Yeah, this show is exhausting. I need to get to work anyway. What? Weird. Letter. Attention, Lula Chamberlain. Your application. Thank you for your application to the Gaston Trust for Imagined Architecture's annual fellowship. We received a record number of applications this year, over 100 in total, and regrettably we can award only one fellowship position per year. As you know, our review process includes a multi-phase blind committee analysis of portfolio submissions, as well as a careful review by a panel of subject matter experts on each applicant's notability and relevance in the field. We must be extremely selective in our process so as to maintain the standards we have established over our 35 years in operation. Our panel did not select your application. We encourage you to consider reapplying next year. Many young artists and architects reapply for a few successive years before being accepted. Sincerely, Dr. Carl Stone Norden, Architect, Gaston Trust for Imagined Architecture. Below the printed text is hastily handwritten note. Sorry for the condescending form letter. Love your work. Unfortunately, I just do the mail here. Your obedient servant, Robert, throws the litter in the wastebasket. I think an emotional reaction is more accurate. Opens a folder of writing paper on her desk. To herself quietly. Dear Robert, thank you for your kind note. Though it has been years since my name appeared in a gallery program, except as an occasional dusty curiosity in a group show or as the impertinent subject of some misguided retrospective, I continue to something gratitude. Yours in situ, Lula. Whoever wrote this, by the way, they were very intelligent. I don't know how to explain it. There's a quality to the writing that feels very well educated. And it only works because we know that this is an educated person. Rick clears his throat. Busy? It's not important. Buried. Buried. Yikes. Hey, Lula? Did you get my note? About the office party, I'm going stag. About the proposal, I'm still working on them. Okay, gotcha. Well, I'm not here to rush you. So how did your application go? I was in the mailroom and I saw you got the letter back. Sorry, I don't mean to pry. I just saw. It's fine, Rick. I'm not going anywhere. How's your goldfish? Damn, that's sad. Act 2, Scene 1. Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces. Ah, we're back with Shannon! Yay! Okay. Think. We gotta talk to Blue. Blue is the sweetest. Hey, Blue. Did you get a good rest in the truck, Blue? Yeah, I know you love a drive. The wind in your ears. I saw you back there, Blue. I love animals. I love aminals. Aminals is the best. Didn't you just pass this place? Maybe someone here can point us in the right direction. Yeah, looks like they're still open. Must be the night shift. What do you think they do here? It looks like an office building. It looks like a cathedral. It looks like an office building. Yeah, an office building and a cathedral. This is weird, but do you think we're inside or outside right now? Both. Ha, okay, very poetic. No, really, though. It's like we're outside of a building. It's weird that this image does this, but it's like we're outside of a building, but we're... Something about the lighting or the quality of it, it's like having a building in a cave. It's like you could be outside the building, but inside the cave. Like we're under a dome. Maybe someone around here has a better sense of direction. Well, there's a fishing pole over here. I've got to check out the fishing pole. This is too weird. I knew it. I knew there was a fishing pole. I think that's what that is. Oh, Blue, you okay? I'm not going down the stairs. Not yet. We're going to the barrier. End of the line. Seems that way. Not for us, I hope. It's a way to make it sound creepy. I'm not blocked by the barrier, but there is another set of steps over here. Ooh, there's a bell. Wow, it's fucking weird. Receptionist. Marianne. Well, here you are. Better late than never, I guess. Just unload the whiskey over there by the elevator. I'll figure something out. We're actually a bit lost, ma'am. Wait, want to settle a bet? I'm actually pretty busy, but sure, what's up? Can you be both inside and outside at the same time? Wow, okay, is that like a philosophy thing, or are you just lost? We're just lost. Oh, you're lost. So you're not the... Sorry, honest mistake. We're supposed to have a little celebration here at the office, but the whiskey never showed up. I saw your truck and thought, but you don't really look like one of the boys from the distillery anyway. What are you celebrating? What do the boys from the distillery look like? You never seen the boys from Hard Times? Well, count your blessings. They cut a grim profile. Well, it's clear you're new to the territory. I expect you just mean to be passing through. We're looking for Dogwood Drive. Do you have any idea where that is? Dogwood. Nope. You're going to need to talk to someone upstairs about that, one of the map clerks. But first, we've got to get you in the system, so you'll need an appointment with one of the ingestion clerks. Now let's see. Rick is booked, proofreading drafts all afternoon, and Wanda's out on site. Let me go make some calls and see if we have anyone free. There are some books over there in the waiting area, or just take a look around. Have you seen our grotesques? Dude, this place is fucking weird. Wait, what is this? Television is playing what looks like a nature documentary. A hermit crab scuttles across the beach, its shell in an awkward shape. It must have once belonged to a different crab. Wait. Wait a minute. Oh, it doesn't cut the audio. I wanted to share something with you guys, but we'll just go back to the game. Television is playing a cartoon about a bird. The cartoon bird collects pieces for its nest: a scarf, a plastic shopping bag, a bit of a young girl's hair. The nest is warm but precariously fragile. Wait, there's something up here. The television is playing an instructional video on elevator design. It is crucial to maintain proper lighting in an elevator. In the absence of sight, passengers' sense of motion is greatly enhanced. The passenger should never feel as though they are physically ascending or descending. The elevator should create the illusion that the building is flat. This is the mark of a successful elevator design. The television is playing a closed-circuit security feed of a housing project. The feed switches mechanically between locations: a hallway, a disused plot of grass, a stairwell, a mailbox. The television is playing a silent video of an open theater. A microphone sits in the middle of the stage. The lights are slightly dim. The speakers hum impatiently. Interesting. Can I not go down? I cannot. Okay. Maybe it'll be quieter here. All right. Go back to my desktop really quick. I am going to kill the sound of this game really quick, because I want to share something with you guys. Ooh, where is it? There it is. Sorry, game. But I want to share something with chat really quick. What this reminds me of is a movie called Blade Runner. Let's not do it in that account. Let's do it in the appropriate account. YouTube. I can't believe that did that, but okay. I can't remember the oh yeah, the Voight-Kampff test. Have you guys ever seen this? The thing about the crab reminded me of this.
File section, new employee, 6 days.
Calling Mr. Weber. Please
Come
report
in.
to Zone A, Sector 9. Replication section, level 9. We have a B1 security alert.
Sit down.
Replication section up front. We have a B1 security alert. Stand by for
Okay, if I talk, I get kind of nervous when I take tests.
Just please don't move.
Oh, sorry. I already had an IQ test this year. I don't think I've ever had one of
Reaction
these.
time is a factor in this, so please pay attention. Now answer as quickly as you can.
Sure.
1187 Hunterwasser.
That's the hotel.
What?
Where I live.
Nice place?
Yeah, sure, I guess. Is that part of the test?
No. Just warming you up, that's all.
Huh. It's not fancy or anything.
You're in a desert, walking along in the sand when all of a
Is
sudden...
this the test now?
Yes, you're in a desert, walking along in the sand when all of a sudden you look
What
down...
one?
What?
What desert?
Doesn't make any difference what desert is completely hypothetical.
But how come I'd be there?
Maybe you're fed up. Maybe you want to be by yourself. Who knows? You look down and you see a tortoise, Leon. It's crawling towards you.
Tortoise? What's that?
You know what a turtle is?
Of course.
Same thing.
I've never seen a turtle. But I understand what you mean.
You reach down, you flip the tortoise over on its back, Leon.
Do you make up these questions, Mr. Holden? Or do they write them down for you?
The tortoise lays on its back, its belly baking in the hot sun, beating its legs, trying to turn itself over, but it can't. Not without your help. But you're not helping.
What do you mean I'm not helping?
I mean, you're not helping. Why is that, Leon? They're just questions, Leon. In answer to your query, they're written down for me. It's a test designed to provoke an emotional response. Shall we continue? Describe in single words only the good things that come into your mind. About your mother?
My mother?
Yeah.
Let me tell you about my mother.
So that might seem super weird outside of context, but Blade Runner is great. If you've never seen Blade Runner, you really, really need to. It is a great movie. The idea behind it is that at some point in the future, the Tyrell Corporation creates fake human beings. They create fake human beings that they call replicants. They only live for about 7 years, right? And they're designed for all sorts of different purposes. They could be sex slaves, servants, generally employees, soldiers, whatever. Well, a bunch of them have gone free. So they have elected, they've hired these detectives. They call them Blade Runners because they run down replicants to find the replicants and destroy them. Mostly because they've essentially been banned. They're very, very dangerous. They're overly emotional because even though they have the intelligence of a full-grown adult, they haven't lived long enough to have the proper emotional intelligence and maturity of an adult. So it's like giving a 7-year-old with all the maturity and experience of a 7-year-old the IQ of a grown adult. You force-fed them memories to make them seem like an adult, but when they are exposed to emotional stimuli, they overreact. A couple of them have ran loose, and they are trying to find the head of the Tyrell Corporation because they don't want to die. They want to continue living after their 7-year lifespan, so they're looking for Tyrell, the head of the Tyrell Corp, to give them not necessarily immortality, but a normal life. Harrison Ford plays the main Blade Runner who goes after these replicants, and to determine whether a person is a replicant, you give them the Voight-Kampff test, which is what that is. And the Voight-Kampff test forces you to come to terms with all sorts of emotional stimuli. If you notice, before the test supposedly begins, he interrupts the guy 2 or 3 times. This is on purpose. That is actually a part of the test. The whole thing was the test, not just when he said the test began, because he was trying to interrupt and disrupt the cognitive processes of the replicant. They don't want the replicant to be able to logic their way around the questions. They want to see what the actual emotional response is. So you always keep the supposed replicant on the back foot by interrupting, switching up the questions, making the questions seem unimportant when they're exceptionally important, so on and so forth. At one point, Harrison Ford encounters a girl named Rachel, and he gives her the Voight-Kampff test, and she almost passes. And it's because Tyrell gave her the memories of the childhood of one of his nieces. And so from her perspective, she has had all the experiences of growing up into a full-blown human. And Harrison Ford almost doesn't catch that she's a replicant, but because she's under control and owned by Tyrell, the head of the corporation that invented them, he doesn't want to go after her, right? The problem is, when he tells her that she's a replicant, she has an emotional breakdown. She doesn't believe it. And he starts telling her these memories she had in her childhood that she never told anyone. Do you remember the spider outside of your window whose eggs exploded with baby spiders and they consumed their mother? And she's like, how the fuck do you know that? I never told anyone that. And he said, it's because it's not your memory. It's the memory of his niece that he's implanted in you. And Harrison Ford actually feels sorry for this particular replicant and falls in love with her. And so now he's conflicted because he's chasing after some replicants, but he's in love with another replicant. I won't tell you how it ends. I won't tell you who the replicants are other than that, but it's a great movie. It's a slow burn, cyberpunk, dystopian future. It's true science fiction in the sense that it speculates what happens when you give a computer, basically, the intelligence and emotional capacity of a human being. What does it mean to be human? Very, very good. Blade Runner 2049, the sequel done by Villeneuve, is also really good. But the original, one of my absolute all-time favorite science fiction movies. It's up there with like 2001 Space Odyssey, the first Alien. It's very, very good. It's a little slow, though, to be fair. Oh, she's back. Oh, good. I thought you'd left. People can be so impatient. You never know. Well, I have you meeting with Lula Chamberlain. She's our senior clerk and doesn't usually handle the ingestion process, but she's the only one with the room on her plate this evening. She just said that she was buried, but sure. My schedule says she's on the 5th floor reviewing some diagrams. The elevator is just back to the left, 5th floor. Okay, 1 second. I have to set this to game capture because if I don't, overlays will pop up. So, how do I get back there? Can I get back there? What? Do I go back this way, maybe? Oh, okay, we go back this way. Oh, here's the books. Three books are piled on the table: a service manual for a sewage pump, some architectural plans for a bungalow, and a slim collection of Japanese death haiku. An envelope is protruding from the bottom of the stack. I used to do death haikus. There's a name for them. I can't remember what it is. Let me look that up really quick because there is a name for death poems, Japanese death poem. What are they called? Japanese death poems are called, I can't remember. Jisai. Yeah, Jisai. I used to write them for fun. I used to be a part of a group on Facebook back in the day, and we would like try to find interesting ways to break the rules of a haiku to make it interesting, like breaking syllable count or flow. There are certain motifs that are like for each given line too. Like there should be some kind of analogy made to nature in a death poem, and it was fun. But picks up the envelope. The envelope reads Bureau of Secret Tourism. It contains several small handwritten brochures with ritualistic directions to bizarre locations. Interesting. We're going to an elevator. Let's go to the elevator. I wish I hadn't broke my leg, but that's fine. Ding dong. She's on the 5th floor, right? Conway scans the column of the elevator buttons. 5th floor. Diagrams and drafts. 4th floor. Archives and records. 3rd floor. Bears. 2nd floor. Conference room. 1st floor. Clerk's office. Bears? First off, she's on the 4th floor. But we're going to go to each floor and investigate. I got to see the Bears floor, chat. Got to see the Bears floor. Oh, no, there she is. Rick, hello. Are you lost? Shit, I wanted to see bears. Very much so, yes. Okay, well, let's get you pointed in the right direction then. It's a pretty straightforward process. First, you'll need to get a case number assigned. Talk to Clark Medstein about that. She's just over there at the end of the room. Happy to help. Hi, how are you? Fine, thanks. I just need your ingestion card and a list of your last 5 permanent addresses. Let's just skip it. Which one of you is Lula Chamberlain? Oh, sure. That's her in the cardigan. And back we go. Having fun with the paperclip labyrinth? Well, you made it eventually. You look exhausted. I'd offer you my seat, but my ankles are turning on me. I'm fine. Arthritis? The receptionist said you could point us in the right direction. This concrete bunker of an office is just a waypoint for you, I'm sure. Where is it you're trying to go? We're looking for 5 Dogwood Drive. Dogwood Drive. That's funny. Do you think I used to live on Dogwood Drive? This was years ago. A grimy old house, basement full of insects, attic full of birds. I had a few roommates. We all worked at the university. I had a dog. I drank whiskey and beer and made sculptures. But that Dogwood was a surface road. With a name like that, it would have to be. What are you doing on the Zero? The gas station attendant told us we'd need to take the Zero to get there. Gas station attendant, I see. Friendly blind man about my age, hangs out with an old cat, likes to pretend he's a poet. Old cat? Oh, no cat anymore. Sorry to hear it. Joseph and I used to work together, and we lived together. We were friends. But that was a long time ago. We haven't spoken in years. Do you know why he's pointed you this way? It's because he's still in love with me, of course, and now he's implicated you quite inconsiderately. And in your condition, it's appalling. So I'm very sorry for having wasted your time, but I'm afraid you've been misled. Excuse me. But where's the Dogwood Drive you lived on? Maybe it's the same one. No, it's not possible. The Dogwood Drive I lived on is now called Pell Dogwood Drive. They've renamed all the streets you see. Too many streets with the same names. It was never a problem before, but now we have all these damn databases, and it's all too confusing for the computer. The computer has no sense of ambiguity, so it proclaims an error. Name collisions, they call them. So my Dogwood Drive is Pell Dogwood Drive, and another might be Large Leaf Dogwood Drive or Himalayan Flowering Dogwood Drive, and so on. But one of them is still just Dogwood Drive, or so we might hope. It's really a matter of consulting records, of which we have an abundance here. Okay, so here's the thing. Where I live, what they do is they change the name of it. So depending on whether it goes north to south, mostly north to south, or east to west, I'm pretty sure all avenues are mostly east to west. Roads are mostly east to west. Trails and streets are mostly north to south where I live. So you could have a Dogwood Drive, a Dogwood Road, a Dogwood Trail, a Dogwood Avenue, a Dogwood Street, all in the same town. And it's confusing as hell for the male people, but it's a thing. I expect we must. They'll be up in the archives and records, 4th floor. It'll be filed under 0 for odonyms, probably, or G for generic, or S for specific, depending on which part of the street name was changed. What's an odonym? Someone Google odonym for me, please. Hell. Odonym plural, an identifying name given to a street. A street name. Okay. Moving on up to the bare floor. Oh, we're going to go to the archives and records. So 4th floor. Scans column of elevator buttons. 5th floor, diagrams and drafts. 4th floor, archives and records. 3rd floor, bears. 2nd floor, conference room. 1st floor, clerks and offices, lobby. So this has, it's interesting. One thing that this gets wrong, which I guess it's on Route 0. In America, the 1st floor would be the ground floor. They're generally the same. There are exceptions in buildings where the front entrance might be a level above the back entrance. So you have like a half basement, in which case the basement would be ground and the entrance floor would be first. But we don't generally change ground and first. It's just first, second, third, fourth. So lobby would be first. Bears would technically be on the fourth floor. We're on Route 0 though, so oh, there are bears. Oh, I've got to check out the bears. I'm gonna go hang out with the bears. Duh, bears. There's no one to talk to here. Yeah, all of you just look at me. Okay, fine. Fine. You don't want to talk to me. I get it. I'm not cool. Bet the bears are nicer. Let's go to the bears. I like how they just take it for granted that there are bears here and neither one of the main characters are frightened at all. Oh, there's some bears looking over the edge. Hey, bears. Duh, bears. I'm sorry for disturbing you, bears. They all watch you. Just we'll check out the archives room in case there's something to interact with. I wish I didn't have to wait for this text animation to continue through, though. You can quicken it by clicking off to the side, thankfully. Yeah, there we go. Documents. I thought there was something I could look at up here. Shannon, damn, this place is a mess. Okay. Take a look through this logbook, I guess. Maybe there's some kind of system to all these boxes. I'll just start digging. The small logbook has a small leather cover. A few notes are scribbled on the inside covers. Most of the pages are lists of titles, names, and dates. Inside front cover, page 1, page 14, inside back cover. Let's start with inside front cover. Document staff, please do not transfer any more records from the storage unit until we get the new file cabinets in. We're up to F, and that will have to do for now. Instruct clerks to focus on activities beginning with the letters A, B, C, D, E, or F, or archivists, most likely, to involve research on subjects beginning with those letters. For example, cars is okay because it involves automotive, driving, brakes, etc. But air quality is not okay because it's related to health, safety, pollution, etc. Okay. Page 1. Several documents relating to a sporting competition venues were quickly checked out and back in over a period of a few days. Basketball courts, basketball fields, alleys, and parking lots. Page 14. A single set of documents relating to a coal mining operation was checked out and back in by several different people within a few hours. Inside back cover. Felling Antique Shops folder missing, listed, checked in on page 63, but not present. Page 63. Check-in. Failing Antique Shops, Monday, 3 p.m. Signee, Ed Bohm. Put the logbook away. Nothing? Me neither. Half of these boxes aren't even labeled, and the rest of them were from the first few letters of the alphabet. I couldn't find anything with an O or a G or an S. Maybe the clerk knows somewhere else we can look. Okay. Give me the little button. Thank you. We're going to go up one more, and I think that will do it. Yep. Be ready to click off to the side. Here we go. Diagrams and drafts. This guy has the only computer in this place, so. Oh, record player. Greg is hard at work examining some diagrams, measuring angles with a plastic protractor and occasionally scribbling numbers in a small leather notebook. Can I help you? Don't answer that. I'm extremely busy with these charts. Maybe one of the clerks on the first floor can help you. They're probably just looking at cat pictures. There's a little passage back here, but I don't think I can get through it. So we're obviously in the cave. We are both inside and outside at the same time. 1000%. So weird. I love the music though. We'll go back to the second floor first to see whether or not Lula Chamberlain can help us anymore, but probably not. And then I guess we'll just leave. Oh, first floor rather. Can we not talk to her anymore? Never mind. I guess we're just out of luck. That's Rick. That's Lula. Not to be confused with Lilu. Lilu has multipass. Wait. Will it close and then open? But I'm here. This is the first floor. Oh, okay. It just didn't trigger last time. Nothing? That's unfortunate. Well, there must still be in transit. You see, we've only moved into the new venue somewhat recently, and it's all a bit in progress. This was a cathedral not so long ago, can you believe it? And then the Bureau reclaimed it. The old congregation has been directed to one of the storage facilities for their activity. That's where you'll find the street name records, I expect, at the church. Marianne at reception can give you directions. Just come back here when you have the files, and we'll begin the necessary paperwork to have the information analyzed. Oh, and while you're out on the road, you might want to stop and see Dr. Truman about your leg. He's a specialist regarding ailments of the joints and limbs, and I know he works at night. His home office is in a small neighborhood on the east edge of Bowling Green. I know where that is too. Here's his card. Do stop and see him. That leg is a miserable sight. Take care of each other. So we got to see Dr. Truman and the congregation at one of the storage facilities. Old congregation has been direct, right? Okay, so Marianne will give me some directions, and we need to see Dr. Truman. All right, we're going to talk to Mary, and when we start moving, I'm going to go grab a Coke because I'm thirsty. So it seems like each act starts really slow. Like there's not a whole lot going on. Okay, there we go. Get what you need? Lula said you could direct us to the church. Oh, sure. The old storage lot. Just get back on the zero and drive until you hit the crystal. Then turn around. It'll make sense once you get on the road. You can handle it. Okay. Let's go talk to Blue. Blue needs love. Don't walk away from me, Blue. Come back. Oh, maybe Blue's had enough of this place too. They head back into the night. Interesting. Okay, so now we're in the cave system. By the way, the Mammoth Cave system is one of the longest cave systems in the world outside of Asia, I believe, which is here. You can actually get across almost the entirety of the state through the Mammoth Cave system. Let me do this really quick. I'll show you guys. There's probably a map online. Game capture, desktop capture. There we go. Mammoth Cave system map. Not Maul map. Images. Yeah, Green River, Mammoth Cave National Park. Let's see what we got. None of these are very, very helpful. It's absolutely insanely complicated map system. Here we go. Will this show us? No. Mammoth Cave, Kentucky map. I've seen a map before that shows where the beginning and end points are. These are all pretty poorly done. This actually kind of gives you an idea, but it's not very good. The cave system is long enough that you can get from one end of the state to the other end of the state. There's a trail. But they're all so incredibly zoomed in, they give you the wrong idea of what the size is. It's like hundreds of miles. I wish I could find a better map that wasn't so zoomed in, a zoomed out map of the Mammoth Cave. Mammoth Cave map. Yeah, none of these are very, very helpful. Path across Kentucky via Mammoth Cave. Let's go here. Directions and transportation. Wow, they've made this really, really convoluted and complicated for some reason. There used to be a map I saw, and you can tell that it goes across almost the entirety of the state. There is a path from one end to the other. I believe that you can only get through it at certain times during the year because of water. Mammoth Cave search. There are thousands of entrances and exits. It's absolutely giant. The inside of it is insanely, insanely large. It's just huge, and it has entrances and exits just absolutely everywhere. And you can get across the entire state through it, basically, assuming there's no flooding. I wish they would show the map that I remembered. If I ever see it, I'll share it in Discord, because it's actually really, really interesting. You can get from the west end of Kentucky to the east end very quickly. I'm gonna actually go get me a Coke. I'll be right back. And we're back. So there's the Bureau. There's only really two directions we can go. Oh, wow. Oh, go to the crystal and then turn around. Wait, there's an exit this way? I swear it popped up. Hey, 192. Oh, it takes a loop. What is that? Weird. The lightning bolt. The sandwich. It's a brick sandwich. The icosahedron. Hey, you're looking kind of tired there, old man. Want me to take the wheel for a bit? I'm fine. Yeah, maybe it's a good idea. So there's self-storage. But I need to find the doctor. There's the crystal again. Oh, that's cute. All right, so scene 2. St. Thomas Church, which is a giant storage building, apparently. We need to find the doctor. Whoa. Is that it? Over there? I don't see any congregation. Maybe it's after hours. Let's see if the janitor knows, I guess. Gotta get this leg worked on. Oh! Here for the night mass? Where's the congregation? I guess this must look pretty strange, a church without a congregation. When they first moved in here, man, this place was packed. They had a mass every night, 2 on Sunday. But it got a bit awkward to fit everyone in, and the numbers of it quickly dwindled. Once folks started to see it was a thing that was falling apart, they lost their center of gravity and just started wobbling. Then the preacher stopped coming too, but he left his old tapes, same with the organist, and I found some old acetates in the Bureau archives, photos of people in churches, so I keep it running. You do what you have to, right? Right now, we have to find some Bureau documents. Oh, you're from the Bureau. I moved all the documents to Unit C315 to make room for the mess. It's down on the other end of the building, same floor. I need to get the night mass started, but you can borrow my keys. I'll go. You wait here. Rest your leg. You're looking kind of pale. Nice lady, Brandon says. Well, I'd better get this running. Brandon presses play on the old tape machine. Is your whole family Catholic? Oh no, we're not religious. I just watched and listened while the congregation did all this stuff, and I probably don't understand as much of it as you might think. Anyway, I know how to run the overhead projector and the tape player. At least I know enough to keep it going, right? How do you like working here? It's okay. I don't really know what else to do. I used to play a lot of card games, you know, in high school. Some of my friends went to college, but most of them just got jobs. Maybe in a few years, we'll be hanging out in bars playing darts or something. You're not allowed to play cards in the bar because it looks like gambling. Oh, that's interesting. My leg is killing me. But everyone's telling you to go see a doctor. Hey, I get it. Too expensive. My dad cut his arm pretty bad on the job, but he stitched it himself. We didn't have health insurance, but then his hand didn't work very well, and he got pretty depressed, and eventually he just sort of, well, I guess I don't know what he should have done. Who knows, right? I'm thinking I need to go to the doctor. So this is a hobby? If you asked me what my hobbies were, I'd say card games, science fiction, and perspective geometry. But I run the slideshow, and I play the tapes, and I don't get paid for it. I take it pretty seriously, but nobody's telling me I should. Is that a hobby? Seems like there ought to be some more serious word for it. Okay, that's it. Next, there are some rituals that you and I aren't allowed to participate in, I don't think, and I don't remember them anyway. Hi, I got it. Got what? What? I found what we came here to get, the file and street name changes. You don't look good. Let's head back to the bureau and get this straightened out, and then maybe we should go see the doctor the clerk recommended. Okay, that's fair. Spoopy. Jesus, are you right? What the hell? I'm okay. I've got you. You're all right. Shit, your leg is pinned. I'm going to pull you out. We may have to get you out of here. There you go. Okay, are you hurt? Can you put any weight on the leg? It's fine. Just try to stand up carefully. I'm right here. Damn, don't worry. I've got you. That leg is in bad shape. Here, let me get you onto the tram. There you go. Now, let's see if this thing has power. Hey, old man, look at me. Can you hear me? Yeah, what happened? I don't know. He collapsed. I think he blacked out. He was mumbling about the old mine for a minute. The old mine where we met. Wow, I think I might be dying. I think I need to see that doctor. Yes, you do. She hands Brandon a doctor's card. How do we get to this address from here? I don't know. It's pretty tricky going back and forth between, you know, here and there. The bureau is the only way I know. Some of those folks do it all the time. Commuters. Just go back the way you came, find the crystal, and then turn around. So, came from this way. Staircase. This game is so weird. Remember being young and all but invincible? I just got a giant swollen bruise on my finger from clapping. Really? I had a chair break under my weight one time, and it wasn't even like, I mean, I'm heavy, but it shouldn't have broken. It was one of those chairs that had a loose screw and I always meant to fix it, never did, sat in it. It broke out from under me and I fell on my tailbone. Now, if I sit in a chair that's too stiff, my tailbone begins to hurt. I accidentally kicked a box of tile, like, I don't know, 2 months ago. And now my pinky toe on my left foot hurts permanently. It aches. It doesn't take long. Okay, so these will let you... Oh, they just turn you around. Ah. Deja vu. I need to get to the damn doctor. I need to get to the damn doctor. That's odd. What? Just, you know, deja vu. Same here. I always feel kind of embarrassed when that happens, like I'm in a play, but I don't know my lines. Oh well. I just got a new mattress a couple weeks ago, and I no longer sound like popcorn when I first stand up in the morning. Yeah, it makes a big difference, and A lot of people will tell you that it's in your best interest to get a firmer bed if you have problems with arthritis and stuff, but that is not the case for me. So I love my girlfriend. I really do. But she bought a firm bed because she thought if I get a firm memory foam bed, it'll take longer to break down and it's better for your joints. Her joints aren't nearly as bad as mine. Mine are. Oh, that's the cave system where we were before. Whoa. Well, when I sleep on her bed, it kills my hip. Yeah, I need to be able to sink into it a little bit so that my back stays straight. I've been in a couple car accidents. I dislocated my knee when I was a kid. I'm way too young to have as bad of joints as I have. It'll probably render me... What's the word? It'll probably cripple me in my old age, unfortunately. But, yeah, I have to have a soft bed. And the bed I have at home is... Oh, the bed I have in this room is amazing. It's a $200 mattress I bought at a Walmart. And I think one of the workers recommended it. They were like, this thing is the softest, most comfortable bed I've ever had. And I'm like, well, I need one because I'm sleeping on a futon. So I bought the mattress and oh my God, yes, it is amazing. I've had it for a couple years. It has not broke down. It feels so good. Now everything else I lay on annoys me. I think I'm going to have to sleep for this to switch over. You almost went off the road for a second there. Can I take over? Yeah, maybe it's a good idea. There's the bureau, which is great. But I need to get to the doctor. I need to get to the damn doctor. How do I get to the doctor? I need to get to the doctor. Act 2, Scene 3. Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces. The cat! The old cat! The old cat made it here. Back so soon? I'm afraid she left in a big hurry, actually. Something happened with you at the meeting. She seemed pretty interested in the gas station attendant. We need to get to Interstate... Well, Lula filed your papers, so you're in our system now. I can process you whenever you're ready to go back. Just let me know. We've got a few more things. We're ready to be processed. She hands the receptionist Lula's card. Can you tell us how to get to this address? We're looking for Dr. Truman. Of course. This is in a neighborhood just outside of Bowling Green. Get on 65, going southwest. Take a right just past the observatory, just before the river. If you continue north, you'll be there shortly. So, southwest 65, past a right past the observatory, which will take us northwest, just before the river. Then continue north, and I'll be there shortly. Okay, sounds good. It's interesting that this all takes place in the western portion of Kentucky. I would argue that the eastern portion of Kentucky has more history. That's the observatory before the river. Dr. Truman's house. Neighborhood at the address on Lula's cars has been demolished. In its place is a large museum, still partially under construction. Let's go, I guess. Museum of Dwellings. Blue needs some love. Oh yeah, he's talking to his dog. Guys was a weirdo. What did he say? Just small talk, you know, like you talk to your buddies or something, like you talk to a dock worker, just like, damn, this is a lot of rain. I haven't seen rain like this since that storm a couple of years back that took out Lisette's herb garden. I just feel bad for that old dog getting dragged all over by a couple of drunks. Old dog like that should be sleeping on the porch somewhere, but that's loyalty for you. Well, they didn't stay long anyway. I heard a man and lady talking when we first came in, but they didn't see me. What were you doing up that late? Mom lets me stay up late all the time. She said it was okay. I was just looking for frogs. You should be careful with frogs. They'll give you warts. It's not true. What were the man and the lady talking about? The man said his leg was hurting him. They were looking for Dr. Truman, but he was already gone. But they didn't know, so they kept looking around. Fred, I just assumed they were from the power company. You know how they're always coming by unannounced and messing with this or that. I just shut myself up in the room to wait it out. No sense getting involved. How did they get in? Must have been one of the kids who left the front door unlocked. Something's got to be done. They run around like animals. You know that Flora left a can of soda on the top of the top of my shelter door, and almost killed myself slipping on that sticky mess the next morning. Something's got to be done. Yeah, let's not offer Shannon an umbrella or anything. Is that the front door? Yeah, that's where we came from. I can't move. I can only move back. Weird. It's very strange. My movement is very limited in this scene. What the hell am I supposed to do? Weird. Can I get behind the desk, maybe? Is there a way? There's not a way in. Oh, yeah, there is right there. That's how they would get in. No. Go here. Close this. Oh, there we go. There we go. Weird, but sure. The moment now I recall most clearly from their short visit was the birdcage exhibit. The old man stopped to rest, or maybe to think. The young woman had been anxious up to that point, but she stopped as well and examined the birdcage more closely. Also, this is weird. I was not an old man before. I was a young man, or younger. Seemed to elicit tenderness from her. She ran one fingernail along the bars of the wire cage, marking out a tuneless scale like a child's xylophone. And then they moved on. The hell? I was playing in the empty cabin and they came by. They asked about Dr. Truman. I know where he went, but I didn't tell them. Did you talk about anything else? Where did Dr. Truman go? It's a secret, Ezra told me, and I can't tell anyone else. What else did... Who is Ezra? He's my age. He doesn't really live here. He's just passing through with his brother Julian. First, they're going to help us, but I can't say any more than that. We have a lot of secrets. The lady asked me about my parents, and I told them they were upstairs in the greenhouse. Do you want to hear the weird story? Of course I do. The old man asked me about the cabin. He said it looked like another house he knew, and he wanted to know where it came from. I told him nobody lived there, so he went inside. He took a long time exploring. When he came back out, he told me all about it. What did he find in the cabin? He went upstairs and also looked around the other rooms. I played with the dog. What did he do upstairs? He looked in some boxes. He looked out the window. He could see the museum better than when he was downstairs. He could tell how it was all put together. And the cabin, too. He could see the shape better from up there. Now, the part that was weird. He said he went into the basement. The cabin doesn't have a basement. He said he found a staircase in a closet. He said he found a secret door in the floor. He said he dug through the ground to get there. That's weird. No, secret staircase. Or secret door. Staircase. He was surrounded by giant aphids, but the aphids were friendly and led him to a secret garden. The garden was very beautiful. He felt so calm, he fell asleep. He found a tunnel leading... He woke up on the floor of the cabin. He came back outside, and we said goodbye, and I didn't talk to him anymore. Weird, dude. This is such a weird game. It's so... Why is there a... There's a cabin, or a barn over there. And the reason why that's interesting is because it has... Oh, I can't think of what they're called now. The dog was nearly as bad shape as the old man, just sort of shrugging along. They found some treats in the doghouse exhibit. That seemed to cheer them up a bit. No, it's not the weather vane. It's the symbol on the side of the barn. Abolitionists used to hang them up to tell wayward slaves what direction to go north to get to their freedom. And I used to know what they were called, but I can't recall now. We ought to get some real chickens in that coop, do some homesteading. None of these folks know how to live off the land. You know what I mean? It's just another display, another kind of dwelling. Yeah, no offense against you guys. I mean, I appreciate what all you've done for us. Is that... Wait a minute, wait a minute. I have to look something up. I feel like I'm being a moron. That's what I thought that was. Large diamond symbol placed on the side of a barn hall. Barn hex signs. The diamond cross, an enigmatic sign of rural Ontario. Interesting that they would say Ontario. Hobo signs. Barn quilts. Barn quilts are what they're called. I think you need to get some real horses in the stable. Do you like horses? Did the strangers go in the stable? No, they just poked around a bit and talked about barns. They were pretty boring. So... there's a barn here. Will it let me go that way? No. Wait, maybe. Maybe I can go around, I don't know. I wonder if this game has controller the ability to use a controller? I'm curious. There's another thing there, but there's no... Okay, no. We're going back. I'm curious about something. Oh my god, that's so much better than the mouse and keyboard. That's actually really nice. Sure, I talked to them for a bit, actually. We talked quite a while. I wasn't busy, I was happy for the company. Can't sleep in a storm like that, I never could. Do you see how they got in? What did you talk about? I had a bottle in my coat, and I could see the old guy looking at it, and his leg was hurt pretty bad, so I offered him some. He got real awkward about it. I bet he's in a program. Anyway, they were asking about Dr. Truman. I remember him. He was here for a bit, and then he left. So that's what I told them. The hell is this thing? Oh, I can take an elevator up. That's interesting. But let's explore the ground floor first. See if there's anything on the opposite side. There are some things on the opposite side. Interesting. Do you know, at first I thought it might be Hudson walking up to visit. I'd heard him working on his boat just a bit earlier before the storm started. But then I saw the stranger's limping gait and the young woman with him, and I knew it couldn't be. I invited them in for a glass of bourbon, which they politely declined, so I was talking to them on the porch for a bit. What was the stranger like? He was in a bad way. He seemed confused. He was asking about a basketball game. I thought he might be joking. After all, it's not the season. It made his friend uncomfortable, and she changed the subject. She asked about my house. Do you know, I don't believe either of them had ever set foot on a houseboat before. I don't know what the older man had ever seen, if the older man had ever seen an ocean, in fact. It has always been my fondest dream to retire on a houseboat. That's why I accept your offer and moved in here. It isn't perfect, but what home ever is? I only wish the house would sway a bit. I find it settles my nerves. Well, if we have another storm like that last one... That is the thing, by the way. Flash floods in the western portion of Kentucky are very bad. They're very, very, very bad. They were hollering at the empty tent you folks have on display. Ha. Hey, if you ever need anyone to stay in there, I've been in worse positions. Ooh, a single-wide trailer. I guess they must have gone through some papers here. It was in some sort of disarray, and a few folders were pulled out and left on the table. I mean, it wasn't too bad. I only noticed because Diane is such a stickler. She's real organized, I mean. What folders were they looking at? Yeah, mostly stuff about the building site, I guess. They had a list of all the homes we relocated here, a list of original residences before we leveled the neighborhood. I guess they were looking for one of the old residences. They pulled out a list of folks who didn't take the offer, folks who moved elsewhere, but they filed that back out of order, so I guess they didn't find what they were looking for. Hey, while I have you here, work's kind of slowed down, it seems like. I know you folks know what you're doing, but it seems like the residents are just kind of settling in. That's the idea. Yeah, I get that. Just how about the roof, huh? You just write us a check and we'll finish it right up. I know you've got this museum thing going, but I don't want to be slumlords now. They came by and knocked on the window, and we had a bit of a talk through the glass. I would have come out, but, you know, shady characters. They seem suspicious? I already told you, weirdos, walking around door to door asking about Dr. Truman this late at night. I told them what I know, but in this weather, what do you know about Dr. Truman? I told them he moved in here with the rest of us when you folks bought up the neighborhood, and then one day his house was gone. That's all I know. I don't want to talk about that anymore. This is so weird. Oh, there's a train car over here? Will the train card also register? I want to check out the train car. Oh, it won't let me go that way. Damn. I heard them banging around out there and I just stayed quiet. I don't know what they wanted. I just put my headphones on and tried to ignore them, to tell you the truth. There's nothing over there I can interact with either. I wish I could move more quickly. That would be cool. C'est la vie. Okay, let's go to the elevator and take it up. See what that's about. I have a feeling we're closing in on the end of Act 2. I might try to do part of Act 3 so that I can complete this game in 2 days. Is it loading? Oh, we're waiting on the dog. Okay. I was like, is it loading something? What's going on? Ooh. Okay, he busted out his umbrella. That's good. What the hell? Oh, another house. They wouldn't come in, just rush around. You could tell they were worn and it was late at night, but just rushing around. Here, give me 1 second, chat. I feel like this is too loud. There we go. Well, there was some urgency to the older man's injury, so it's understandable. How was he injured? His leg, it was twisted or something. He held it while he walked and made these painful little sounds in his throat. Oh, how? I don't know. I didn't ask. It would have been rude, I think. Well, we just don't know. I suppose we never will. Can we continue this way? I heard a shout from downstairs. The old man had stumbled in the rain. I stayed inside with the lights off. There was no sense in getting involved. Well, that's a lie. The lights are on. There's an eagle with a birdcage in the background. I didn't see or hear a thing at all. I was in the back doing inventory when they came by. I got 30 cases of candles in, and each one of those got to be individually labeled, you know. But I heard from some of the other neighbors that they weren't up to any harm, just passing through. A water tower in the background. Who is this? Ezra. Ezra, I saw you folks drive up. I like your truck. What kind of truck is that? It doesn't belong to me. I just drive it. Do you know where Dr. Truman is? Yes, ma'am. He's out in the forest. Me and Julian took him out there a few nights ago, and he didn't want to come back. He lives there all the time now. This museum is an okay place to live in the daytime, but it's no good at night. Folks just can't sleep in a place like this, or when they do, it gives them nightmares, so we take them out to the forest to sleep, and then bring them back in the morning. Is your family out in the forest? Oh, no, they're, I don't know where they are. Me and Julian were looking for them for a while, but anyway, we have a job to do here, taking these people out to the forest at night so they can sleep, and maybe if the rest of them will be like Dr. Truman and want to stay out there, we'll get back to looking. Can you tell us how to get to the forest? You have to follow the Green River way out east and then hop over Lake Cumberland. The roads don't go there. I live on Lake Cumberland. But me and Julian can take you. We were just about to go anyway. I've just got to call him over. Yelling, yeah! Oh my God. Can't believe I read that out loud. Oh, shit. Julian, that was a good umbrella. Okay, Juliet. What are you doing, Juliet? Oh, now this is sick. Oh, this is sick. Oh, this might be better. Yeah, we need to get to the Green River. Is this Green River? Yeah, the Green River. We're looking for Lake Cumberland. Yeah, the Cumberland River feeds into and out of the lake, I believe. I don't remember which. There's a chapel, but that's not where we're going. What does this say? The chapel and graveyard, disconnected from any road in the middle of the dark woods. Occasionally it seems that pale glowing figure is difficult to track with the eye up here. Sometimes they roll huge barrels in and out of the building. Sometimes they just loiter for a moment, then fade out of view. Okay, so this is the Green River. Let's keep following it. Cumberland Lake is huge. Oh, that's the edge. I can't go any further than that. So we're looking for Lake Cumberland. What does this say? Damn it. I need... There... Wait a minute. What is this? Interesting, but no. Which way are we going? Yeah, it is oddly shaped. It is not like a big round river. In fact, if you look at it from far, far above, it's roughly shaped like a dragon. It looks like an Asian dragon. But it's very, very sprawling. And if you look at images of it now, like actual satellite images, it is considerably smaller than it used to be. Because when they worked on the dam that dammed up the lake, they didn't do it safely. It was supposed to go, the supports were supposed to go like 50 feet into the bedrock to either side. And they only went through like 20. So they had to repair the dam, and when they realized it wasn't supported well, they went ahead and lowered all the water in the lake. The flayed whole of the country home smolders at night. Parts of the property are obscured by smoke. But because of that, they lowered it considerably. People with houseboats were really pissed. The country church with a pitched roof and 3-story spire. A large LED display glows in the parking lot. Behind the church are several dusty metal trash cans, all closed. That looks very much like Lake Cumberland. I'm curious if... sorry. I'm curious if the roads around it are accurate. Like, I don't recognize an 88 bait shop. Large dirt parking lot surrounds bait shop. A sign is vaulted above the road on a thin steel bar. Bright but unsteady lights throb from the windows of the shop's back room. Interesting. This is the Nolan River Lake. Okay, so similar but not correct. What is this? Is this the Nolan River? Ooh, there's a small figure. Tiny gray figure walks along the side of the road carrying what appears to be a guitar case. He is followed closely by a smaller shape, a dog. He looks tired. Oh, here's the Green River again. Okay, we're going past 65. There's the Elkhorn Mine. From above, the huge swaying tipple looks like a small wooden lattice framing on the edge of the mine entrance. We need to continue down the Green River. Now it's splitting off, but which way am I going here? Oh, this way. That might be Lake Cumberland. Lake. The shadowy figure drags itself out of the lake, stuffs its limbs into a smart blue suit, and trudges slackly out of view. What is this area? What lake is this? Oh, this is the Green River Lake. Okay, we're still in the Green River, so I'm gonna follow the green... Wait, what's over here? Lake Cumberland. Yeah, look at how big it is, how sprawling. And if you look at it from above with the trees around it, it looks so much like a giant-ass dragon. We need to head east past Lake Cumberland. It should be intersected by roads. I should see like 27. There's the forest. But what road is this? Does it say? Damn, it doesn't say what road this is. There should be 27. 80 would be another one. That could just be the river, though. Yeah, it's just the Cumberland River. Interesting. A forest. Well, I can sure as hell move now. Oh, I'm the boy. That is a big eagle. 1 second. Let's see what he has. There's some good folk music in this game. It's okay, just take it easy. Gotta get back to the road. We will, but we need to get this leg looked at first. Right now, you're in no condition to haul anything out in that truck, even when we do find Dogwood Drive. Why is this delivery so important to you? It's my last delivery. Oh, you're retiring or something? Or... Sorry. Well, that's closing the shop. That's, damn. Let's talk to the dog. How'd you come to be with these people? Bet you were pretty wild when you were younger. When I'm old like you, I'll still be wild. Can't interact with them for some reason. Oh, I get it. They're looking in all these places. Consulting Google Maps, which may or may not match the game. Looks like 80 runs along north of the lake and 27 crosses on its east side. Yeah. I live very close to 27 on Lake Cumberland. And, yeah, actually... You can kind of get a good idea of where I am because I live between 80 and 27 on Lake Cumberland. Shouldn't be much farther now. I think I see where the settlement ends over there. There are some fine-looking trees. This forest is full of shadows. The moonlight helps. Closer to the cities, you don't get moonlight like this. It all gets washed out. Light pollution, you know. I guess it's still there, you just can't see it. How are you feeling? I'm just thinking about getting back to work. We're almost there. We'll get you patched up and back in the truck. We can handle this. Talk to the dog again. Have you ever been here in the winter? Have you ever been over to the lake? I went there once with my folks. We had some burgers, pretty great. I got in trouble for swimming too far. There actually is a place on a lake close to here, Laurel Lake, where a small family... Wait. A small family owns a little burger shop. They make amazing burgers. They're so good. Me and my girlfriend used to take rides up to the lake, not even to go to the lake, just to stop by there and grab burgers because they were so damn tasty. Do you have any family you're close with, brother or sister, kids? Just Lisette's my family, I guess. Oh yeah? Husband? Bunch of kids? Her husband, Ira, and I were friends. She had this great kid named Charlie, but... Sorry. Guess I was always closest with Weaver. As close as someone can be with a girl like that. She was always on her own wavelength, but we were the same age growing up, and everyone else was so busy. When she disappeared, I got pretty angry, and I guess I just stayed that way. I never really understood her, but I knew her. It's lonely without someone like that around. Sorry, You're a good listener. Oh, can I talk to the dog again? Do you have a way of falling behind, don't you? I bet you come from a big family of dogs. Yeah, dogs have big families. I like that. You're always surrounded by family. Sounds nice. I like that. I like how the kid's like, dog's got a big family. I like that he has a big family. Man, the art style in this is so good. He's inside with Dr. Truman. Are you coming in? Sure, I'll come in. Dr. Truman lets me watch TV sometimes. My folks never watch TV, but I like the way it looks. I like the way it looks too. I fix TVs, you know. Whoa, cool. A TV scientist. I bet you make a lot of money. My folks had a really nice house, bigger than any of these houses, but it made them worried all the time. Then the bank took it back. We had to sleep at the bus station, but I couldn't never get to sleep, so I just went out to fly around at night with Julian. We flew really far, and we never got lost, but when we came back in the morning, they were all gone. They just left you? I don't think so. All our stuff was still there. Maybe they got lost somewhere. Let's go see what's on the TV. What a crazy game. There's no walls, they're just trees. Somehow the cabinets are floating. Look at all that cabinet space. My girlfriend would lose her mind. And yeah, I think during the exit interview is when I realized how badly they had me. But how else can you pay for medical school? I have a college friends with debts that you can't expect to pay that back unless you're planning to sell painkillers on the side or something. Or, you know, some kind of administrative thing. I don't know. Having seen what arthritis did to my grandmother and my best friend in high school destroy his wrists building synthesizers. I mean, he was like 17. Elements of the joints and limbs just seem important to me. I hope that answers your question. Getting a scholarship with that pharmaceutical company had a lot of strings attached, but at least I have somewhere to practice, even if I have to follow their market trends a bit. And hey, thanks to all those seminars, I'm an expert on the medical uses of neuropenol, TM. It's not so bad. So how about the leg? What happened exactly? My leg was crushed by falling rocks. Ah, crushing injury, yeah. Those can be pretty bad. Everything gets all compressed and there are a lot of little pieces to, you know. You know what? Never mind. Let's take a look. How bad could it be, right? This is the part where they amputate his leg. I should have said it was like something grabbed me because that's more interesting story-wise. What are they singing about? They're singing about going home. And they're singing about their home because they're lost right now. It's a scary song. It's not scary, it's hopeful. Dr. Truman's gonna help your friend. He'll be okay. It's nothing we can't handle. You might have a few things to look out for in the future. Be a bit gentler with the leg or the way you walk, but you'll be okay. I've dealt with similar cases before. So the anesthetic we'll use is called Neuropenol TM. It's pretty experimental, but it's more appropriate in cases like yours. The way it works is I'll count backwards from 5 to start the process, and then we'll just have a normal conversation as the Neuropenol TM takes effect. Then I'll get started. Here we go. They're gonna dope me, man. 5. You're getting sleepy, chat. 4. Your eyelids are growing heavy. 3. Your eyes close fully. They become impossible to remain open. 2. Everything goes black and calm, and you no longer hear that inner voice speaking to you. 1. You straight trippin' now, dog. So let's talk about the billing for a moment. The pharmaceutical company I'm contracted with is recently acquired by an energy company that has some different standards for billing and revenue. So it's a bit complex now. Ew, we're getting like a Dutch angle thing going. Yeah, I'm going to stream tomorrow. End of Act 2. We wrapped up Act 2, chat. It seems like it takes an hour and a half to hour 40 minutes. Yeah, you're very welcome, man. Have a good night. Thank you for joining me as always. We'll probably wrap up the game tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and get started on the 3rd act today. Hopefully I get through it. If I do, then we can do Act 4 and 5 tomorrow, and then we'll move on to something else. I really want to play Numa, but I feel like it's going to take a while to get through, and I need to start getting to the giant stack of horror games I have. I need to play like Dead Space, Cry of Fear, Penumbra 1 and 2, Amnesia 1, 2, and 3, Darkwood, so forth. I need to get to a bunch of those. But I have to do my boy Brant a solid. He gave me 3 games. I have to play them on stream. So we got a Ghostbusters game I'm going to play. That's very good Halloween themed. Numa and King's Quest. So I might even break up the streams a little bit and play like one game one day, one game the next day, and just kind of hop back and forth. I've never done that, and I always have meant to, but I never did. The entertainment. Whoa, first person? Weird. All right, let's use the mouse for this then. Harry, it is 2 GD hot. It's cool in here. Yep. Like Babylon outside. GD, you're right. Well, cool in here. It's an oasis. Wonder how Ted's holding up. AC. Down there, they all have it. Sure, you're right. I've never been to Texas. I have. Oh, sure. They all have AC. Too cold almost. Texas is hot as hell. In July even. He's got a hotel. Yeah, hotel life. That's living. Maybe too much. I mean, what's to stop him, really? Meet some tall thing at the hotel bar. Nah. Ted's a good man. No, I know. He wouldn't run around. You're right. How about a beer? No beer today. Hard Times whiskey. That's all you got? It's a good whiskey. Local. Yeah. You take deliveries from them? Sure. You ever see one of them? The boys from Hard Times? What? I heard they're strange. They work hard. They make a good whiskey. Who are we to judge? Sure, who are we? No one of consequence. What's all this? Bread for. It's weird that they do it this way. Sandwiches. Rain's Law. Ha. The old ones went bad while you were on vacation. You have a good time. While the sandwiches rotted. Oh, you know me. Couldn't shut it off. 7 days on a beach and all I could think about was work. You know, the new kitchen. Maybe hire a hostess, you know? A hostess? At the lower depths? Ha! Crazy. Nah. It's not so crazy. I was in a bar. Down there in New Orleans. They had a hostess. Some dive. She seats you and, I don't know, points out the specials. Could have specials every night in here. Drink specials. You make cocktails? She didn't have beer. Nah. Food specials. Monday night, chicken. I don't know, grilled chicken? Caesar salad? Class it up, you know. Bess would have liked it. Yeah, I'll have a Caesar salad and a Hard Times whiskey. Here's to Bess. Yeah. Yeah. Let me grab a... Here's to Bess. Good Christian woman. Good Christian woman. How about that sot in the corner? Not bothering nobody. Been here long? As soon as I opened. Got started a bit earlier, I suspect. On a bender, huh? Sleeping in a ditch or something? I don't think... You don't think... Maybe Ted? Nah. Ted's a good man. Honest. Well liked. He's liked, but he's well liked. Sales is a good fit. Selling hammers. Can you believe it? It's a question. Somebody has to. The hammers... ... They don't sell themselves. Here, here. It's just hard. Ted on the road. It's tough all over. What to do all day? What to do all day? Come here, I guess. Sure. That's what I do. Cheap drinks. Conversation. And the entertainment. I think it pauses when I look away. Sure. What's tonight? Oh, tonight it's... Oh, Junebug. I'll stay for that. I need some music. Get my mind off Ted. What the hell's going on here? Something romantic, you know? A love song for when the world was young. What time? Around 8, maybe. Well, set 'em up slow, or I'll sleep right through it. That was a long conversation. Realistic, but there's somebody in the corner that said, what did Soup say? LOL, this is totally how a post-operation conversation sound. Really? I always thought it was like, who's the president? What year is it? No, sir, it is not 1392. Huh. Holy shit. Wakefield Stuns and Entertainment. The premiere at Buffalo Street Student Theater. Oh, it's a play. Was a curiosity. 2 obscure plays by a local author were simultaneously presented for the pleasure of a handful of baffled patrons. The result, an absorbing, if unfocused drama about the ills of debt and dishonesty. Certainly, the highlight is Sarah Wakefield's performance. No, I mean like overhearing other people talk as you wake up. Oh, as Pearl Slade, the young woman who tries to rid herself of her parents' debts. She is a revelation. Sadly, her verve and imagination do little to salvage the tepid pantomime of the barfly, a character who perhaps could have done with a few lines after all. Levi Tolbert, Kentucky Post. Okay. Set designer's notes. Doolittle must have been an odd bird. Many playwrights, a Tennessee Williams or Eugene O'Neill, spend as much energy on precise descriptions of the play set as they do on any of the dialogue. So my job is finding ways to be creative within constraint. But Doolittle only described settings poetically. To be honest, I think he'd have preferred there wasn't a set at all. Well, here I am, building one anyway. Serves him right for disappearing all those years ago, the enigmatic wino. I don't mind a drunk, but I hate riddles. Luna Chamberlain. I love riddles. Riddle me this, Batman. Act 2, sound cues. Sound 5, distant highway. Nature program. Drone number 2. Door opening. Door closing. Car passing by. Okay. Put it back on. Weird Dinosaur Show, will you? Nah, those history programs don't make any sense. I prefer the nature programs. They think they can just say anything on TV. I don't believe there to be a damn word in the Bible. They should speed this up a bit. About dinosaurs on the Ark. That's why they're extinct. Been a long time since Sunday school for me. Do you go to church, though? Nah, not since Bess. It was never her church, really. It was her church, really. Good Christian woman. Good Christian woman. And then take another drink. Well, I'm curious to see where they're going with it. They've got you now. I just think they're gonna run out of rope before long. This is kind of long-winded. Dinosaurs on the Ark? I prefer the nature programs. Yeah, you said that. Yeah. So your vacation was good? 7 days poolside. I thought you said it was a beach. Oh, sure. No, it was a pool. Was it a pool or a beach? Maybe, I don't remember. Weird. This is weird. You think I'm making this up? Oh no, Hi, Harry. Thank goodness something different. Are the old folks here? Just me and Evelyn. All morning. Hi, Evelyn. Hi, Pearl. And that sot in the corner. You're early, Pearl. Okay, I hope I can move on. Where's the sot in the corner they're talking about? I don't see him. This person? I don't believe that's a sot. No offense, but this is a boring chapter. This is boring. And you're right about the fuzziness of people's speech. It's like all the words lose their corners. It's a weird way of phrasing it, but your parents usually don't roll in until the evening, 5 or 6. Everything all right? Sure, thanks. We just have some stuff to talk about. Well, post up here. And let's watch this weird dinosaur show. And I'll stand you a drink. If I click, it goes faster. All Harry's pouring today is Hard Times whiskey. That all you got? They make a good whiskey. Sure, but you know, the rumors? Rumors are rumors. Put it on my tab, Harry. You driving, Pearl? Oh, God, no. You know they want almost 40 cents a gallon. Oh, my God. Please make it that way. Whistles. I had the early shift, so I just walked over. In this heat? You still working over there at Ace Jewelry and Loan? Joe Harden proudly traded shortcuts for dignities since 6 days a week since 1962. I messed that up. At least they have the piety to shut down on Sunday. With Joe, it's more likely a hangover. Sardonic. Can it be both? Well, I know you see more trade than I do. Must be slower at the hardware store. Slow isn't the word. And now Ted is out, shilling for quality hammers to make up income. Have you considered quality hammers on your shelf? We made the switch recently and business has tripled. Well, of course, I'd love to have dinner with your lovely daughters. Evelyn. Hey, a man gets lonely out on the road. I know how it is. Nah. Harry, you've been traveling, right? Sure, yeah. Down to New Orleans, just taking a break. A vacation. Looking around for ideas. Tell her about the pool or the beach. Evelyn. Sounds nice. And the hostess! I may just cut you off. Looks dejected. Clears his throat. So the pool or the beach? Yeah, Harry. Which was it? Well, it was a week of relaxation and now I'm back. You still look stressed. If you don't mind me saying. Ha, he just looks like that. Sure, that's just how I look. I've never known you to leave town, Harry. I've never known you to leave this bar. Oh, no, I get out. You still drive that old truck? I don't know. I think they towed it eventually. The hell you say? That must have been years ago, Harry. How do you get around town? I take the bus or I walk. You walk to New Orleans? Watch it, Evelyn. Looks dejected. I didn't mean nothing by it, Harry. Harry, did you really go to New Orleans? Now, just where do you two get off? Sorry, forget it. Sure, she didn't mean nothing by it. We'll lay off you and get back to drinking. Got to be ready for the entertainment. Oh, who's on tonight? Tonight it's Junebug. Works for me. Round 8, I think. I'll stick around. I could use some sad music. I came here to break some hearts. What's that? To dash dreams. What are you talking about? Gotta talk to my parents about their bar tab. I won't be paying for them anymore. Hang on now. No, it's time to cut the old folks loose and head west. I can't keep enabling them. You know? A debt's a debt now. Harry, I'm sorry. I know you've got a vested interest and I don't want you to make a victim of you. They'll come up with it somehow, I'm sure. No, it's not that. The thing about debts is you never know when they'll be reckoned and called in. What's that mean? I'm not saying anything, but I know debt, Harry. I see it all day. It's all around me. like a thick gray fog. It's in the air I breathe. At the pawn shop. They have a new financial technology. I'm the ambassador. Did you know that? A new technology? It's a new kind of debt, Evelyn. It's a mess. What do you mean, a new kind of debt? I know what we do at the pawn shop. Secured loans. We don't buy used goods. We take personal property as collateral on a loan. Then, if they don't pay your loan, we sell your stuff. Sure, I get that. It works for people who couldn't get loans otherwise, I guess. Now Hardin has this new idea. He calls it payday advance. But it's just a short-term, unsecured loan with a wicked interest rate. There's no filtering. Most who borrow can't keep up. Then he has this debt, this big pile of debts with big returns on paper, and he can sell those debts to the bank. Huh, who's borrowing like that? Who do you think? When Joe put me in charge of it, the only dark-skinned clerk in the whole shop. You think so? I know it. Don't you see? I look just like you. You can trust me. But Joe knows they won't pay on time. That's fucked. There's no money in lending. There's money in usury. That's in the Bible. I won't be his shill. I just have to save a bit more, and then I go to California. I'll be a real clerk at a credit union or something. Something ethical. I just have to get rid of these old parasites first. Neither a borrower nor a lender be. Well, my tab is in good shape, I think. You're behind, too. Not as bad as the Slades, but... Well, Harry, the only thing I owe you is a handshake and this whiskey you're about to pour me. Let's say this one's on me, Pearl. Nah, I'm good for it. For today. Let's just say it's on me. You're awfully strict about cash for a guy who just got back from vacation. Drink up, Evelyn. Maybe you'd better find some chair to sink into so your debts don't get reckoned out from under you. I'm out for a bit. I'll check back later. Couple of old deadbeats. I'll stay for the entertainment. I won't throw you out, but just remember what I said. So, yeah, it's a great description of payday loans, but did you get what they were implying? So this presumably takes place in the past. What they did was they got a dark-skinned clerk to convince other dark-skinned people that they would be good for their payday loans. Hey, I'm just like you. You can handle it, right? So they were purposefully making African Americans and dark-skinned people go under. That is so fucked. I'm sorry, but that is just straight fucked. Management material. That's what he said. Is that so? 11 years behind. A supermarket till. You're damn right. Damn right. I have commitment and reliability. That's what he said, management material. I bet they raised you to $3. I bet $4. The responsibility, whistles. You see Pearl today? She was working all day, I think. Usually doesn't. Work mornings. The Slade women are all getting promoted. I think they just put her on another shift. What's the morning shift like at the pawn shop, do you think? Sardonic. Black coffee and desperation. Let's celebrate. Harry, another round. We're celebrating 2 promotions in the family. Talk to Pearl today? She worked all day. She was here earlier. Let me see if I can increase looking for you two. She'll be back. Why don't you just pace yourselves? Till you talk to her. Man, I'm getting congested. I'm sorry. We're celebrating. Pace yourselves, or pay your bill. Why are you so stuck on a bill all of a sudden? Are you sunstruck? Sure, you know it's twice as bright when you've got the ocean and the pool both reflecting at you. Evelyn, you catch sight of any alligators? Sure, it was gators. Everywhere, a swamp. Big, sandy swamp. With a pool and a hostess. What's that? Set 'em up, Harry. Junebug will be here any minute. And we want to be receptive. All right. But I keep track. There'll be a reckoning. You folks here? About the reckoning? First I've heard. What's up, Harry? Short on your bills? Let the books get away from you? That's an ignorant thing to say. Been doing my books for 10 years, keeping this place alive all on my own. Ever since Bess. Honestly, I'm starting to get into this story now. I ought to just let you run that tab up until you drink yourselves underground. Now, he didn't mean nothing by it, Harry. Yeah, Harry, you know I'm only joking. Sure, I know. I know you're joking. All right, let's drink. I better slow down. Hard Times whiskey comes on strong. Don't want to end up like that boiled owl in the corner. I can't tell Rose anymore. What? I hear they have some secret ingredients or a secret process or something. Something in the wood they age it in? Yeah, something strange in that wood. Drink up, Larry. Don't call me Larry. It sounds like an old man. All right, Silver Fox. Now I'll let it slide. Another? Well, I don't get paid until Friday, and I haven't seen Pearl all day. She can pick it up when she comes back. Don't count on it. What the hell kind of thing is that to say? Our own daughter. Generosities have limits. I don't know what she said, but the Slades are good for it. This family takes care of our own. Sure, we'll get it straightened out when she comes back. Better get here soon or she'll miss the entertainment. Shouldn't Junebug be here by now, Harry? Yep. That's what you get with working with artists. Good entertainment, but it's always late. This is pretty late, though. We'll stick around. We're celebrating. Sure. Yeah, not expecting a late-night sentimental call, and if he does, let it ring. The philanderer. Last drink, Evelyn? One more, Harry. I just want to hear some music. Well, she'd better show up soon. She really thinks her husband Ted is a philanderer. Oh boy, it all went black. What a weird scene, though. Whoa, someone's moving around. Oh, this is the part of the play where things move around. I want to pause for a second. Kentucky has excellent bourbon and whiskey and scotch. Woodford Reserve is really, really good. I actually went to their distilleries, and they have a really old school process. There's like a Kentucky Ale distillery where everything is done in like stainless steel drums and blah, blah, blah. But when I went to Woodford Reserve, it's the way that they did it in like the 1800s. It's insane the amount of effort they put into not only producing whiskey, but producing it using the old school methods from, years past. They are obsessed with it. You can tell that a ton of love goes into it. They're not messing around. I'm not a big whiskey man, but I was impressed. There's a thing called the Bourbon Trail here. If you guys ever end up in Kentucky and you want something kind of cool, you're a drinker, check out the Bourbon Trail. They'll take you to a ton of different distilleries. You can see how they make all their whiskeys and beers and blah, blah, blah. You get tons of free drinks. You will be smashed by the time the Bourbon Trail is over. But really, really cool. And you can tell the difference immediately because you'll go to some place like Woodford and it's like, oh, wow, all these wooden barrels and wooden drums and old school methods of producing alcohol. And then you go to some other place and everything is stainless steel and high tech. And the stainless steel high tech distilleries don't produce as good a tasting beverage. So just gonna throw that out there. All right. I love this song. I've never heard it. It's a love song. It's a Valentine, sure. Ever been in love? Nope. Me neither. Well, there's Ted. Son of a bitch. Evelyn. You love Ted, right? He's a son of a bitch. Out on the road, selling hammers and hammering shop girls. You know he isn't. Well, I wish he would. You don't mean that, sure. I don't mean that. He's a son of a bitch. But you have to stick by your family. Sometimes. If it kills you. Do you? Why? You just have to. Why? I love this song. What if they're better off without us? My folks could get better with money. Ted could, I don't know, meet someone new. He wouldn't. He's a good man. Would you? Groans. All I want to be is free of parasites. Keep my money, pay my own debts. Don't be a fool. Buy me a drink. What do you want? I want to run a hardware store with my dear husband, Evelyn. I want a whiskey. That's all you want? And a love song. She could have said, sure. Pearl, you could have said something. I shouldn't have had to say anything, Dad. letting us just sit and soak up debt. We're celebrating. Pearl, it's supposed to be a celebration. Don't you know the news? Larry, drop it. So celebrate. I'm not stopping you, but I'm not paying for it. Your mother's going to be a manager. So put a manager's salary on that tab. It's not... Sure, they said she's management material. What kind of material are you, Pearl? Maybe. He said maybe. I'm made of sweat and blood and beer, just like you raised me. This is a weird interlude for a game. It's a damn strange thing to say. Sure, my hands are cut up, but you're a loan clerk, and your mother is a manager at a supermarket. Damn it, Lawrence, it's not settled. Not settled? O'Neill just handed you a promotion. Why can't you celebrate? Rosa, what did he say to you? Remember what he said to you? He said, didn't he? He said, maybe eventually. Maybe eventually. Maybe eventually, management material, keep your chin up. Maybe eventually, sooner or later, keep your chin up. How's that, Dad? Enough. You can still settle. It'll just take longer. I should look again. Just sit with me, Larry. Let's just wait for the music. Get away from this awful business. Sure. We can celebrate. Sure. Slayed women are moving up, eventually. That's fucking sad, but that happens a lot. If she's this late, she's not coming. Where's Junebug? Where's the entertainment? I said, if she's this late. She always shows up. I've got nothing better to do. You gonna settle? Up first? Don't be a fool. Watch it. I'll buy you a drink. How about water, Evelyn? And maybe call it a night? Time is it? I love this song. It's relaxing. Like the sun by the pool. On a beach full of gators. Like the sun by the pool on a beach full of gators. Harry, your language. I missed it, though. Shit. Good Christian woman. God damn it. Who cares? If I did or didn't go to New Orleans, she didn't mean anything by it. Maybe I just sat here alone in the dark. Would you like that, Evelyn? That what you want to hear? Watching nature programs in the dark. Just me and the deer and the gators and the goddamn dinosaurs. It was Harry's ark, Evelyn. 2 by 2. Out of the flood and into the poorhouse. She's just drunk. All on my dime. Well, there's gonna be a reckoning. All of you. Just stick around and you'll see. What are you talking about, Harry? What reckoning? I want to hear another love song. Where's Junebug? I hope she never shows up. I can't pay her. The money's run out. What's that? It's gone. The money's all gone. I let you sponges soak up so many free drinks, now I can't even stock the whiskey without striking a deal. No more whiskey? Harry, what kind of deal? It doesn't matter. You can't blame us. Harry, we're just a little short. From time to time. Sure. Just leave, Pearl. Just trust me. Okay, I'm leaving. Are you sure? I'm sure. You don't deserve this. I'm guessing Pearl is a good person in this situation. I love this. A love song. All I want to hear is a love song and a whiskey. You'll have plenty of time for whiskey. I just want to be left alone. That man is like a straitjacket. I know, Evelyn. Something crazy is going to happen. If only he'd meet some tall, young thing on the road. I know. 11 years behind a supermarket till. Keep your chin up, Rosa. Eventually. Maybe. Maybe eventually. Now you all should clear out. Where would we go? Just let us wait. Let us wait for Junebug. We're good for it. We just want to have a few drinks, see the entertainment, and we'll go home. You don't understand? Sure. We know you're struggling. We're all struggling. Harry, you said you have a deal, right? God damn it, you don't understand me. Harry, your language. What's to understand? We settle our debt soon. Rose is in line for a promotion. All they want is debt. They feed on it. They put it in the whiskey? Sobering up what? What the hell are you saying? He'll be here soon. The boy from Hard Times. There'll be a reckoning. Harry, our debt's not to the distillery. It is now. I traded it. I sold it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The hell is with the distillery? Holy shit! Is that the guy from Hard Times? What the fuck is that? What the actual fuck was that? Man, them distillery boys. And that's just the opening before Act 3. That's just the opening before Act 3. That took like a half an hour. '83 and sunny now. Looks like it's gonna get up to about 101 by late afternoon in Louisville and 103 in E-Town. Not a cloud in sight, so get out those parasols, ha ha. Major accident just ahead of the Bardstown exit, so if you're headed to work on 31, you are late, my friend. Sugar? Just a little. Forgot how you take your coffee. I'm tired. I didn't sleep well. I heard you yelling bad dreams. We were up on the roof, Ira and I and Charlie, eating a light supper. I was drinking sweet tea. Charlie was reading. We were surrounded by other houses, closely packed, huge sidewalks. It must have been, what's the word? A city. That's it, I'm sure. Below us, a group of people were gathered, standing quietly. A man was reading a book. I asked about Ira and about weather. Would it rain on Tuesday, and when would the sun set, something like that? He wouldn't answer me. Charlie stood up, and Ira told him to watch his step, and then I remembered. I woke up before I could stop him. Charlie was alone on the roof. I guess he was. He was so bright, his teacher said. What was the word? Imaginative. That's it. How could I forget? He didn't listen. He listened, but he didn't hear what you wanted him to. Charlie always had thoughts somewhere else, and he was fitting your words together with whatever else he was focused on. Like a... what are you... a word salad. No, a puzzle. Yes, that's the word. She's always missing words. Well, we have mail order delivery today. Might be for a long drive. I hope the truck can hold up. Long drive? What makes you think so? That truck will outlive us all. I hope you're right. I'm glad you'll keep it. Ira would have wanted to have it. It's been running since Charlie was born. Ira took me to the hospital in that truck. So did you once. When you fainted. My hero. So, long drive? They said they couldn't come in person. Maybe just a shut-in. I don't recognize the address. The order is all... I'm sure we can fill it. Guess that'll be the last. I guess it will be the last act of Lisette's Antiques. Though, what's the word? What do you think, chat? Death rattle finale. Maybe. No, that's not the word. I just need to think a bit. More coffee or something. Or I've had too much. It'll come to you. Maybe. I'm not sure anymore. It seems inevitable. There will start to be words that I lose forever. What are those boxes you set in the hallway? Those are your clothes. You packed them yesterday. Of course. Cora should be here at noon. Will you wait with me? Sure, Liz. I'll wait with you. There's your traffic and weather on the fives. That's every 10 minutes. Brought to you by the Consolidated Power Company. Stick around for Old Kentucky Home with Kate, helping you turn your humble home into a mansion after this. I should have worked as a radio announcer. Chat. I used to work at a supermarket, and every single night around 9 p.m., I'd be like, okay, boys and girls, we have 5 minutes until closing time. That's 5 minutes until closing time. So if you would, so what the fuck happened to his leg? Oh my God, the hard times people. He's becoming a hard times guy. The neuropenol TM has made his leg all space age. But that's only if you make late payment on the follow-up visit. I think everything went well enough here that they'll only want to bill for. Oh, he's awake. How do you feel, old man? All fixed up? Truman says you might be a bit misty coming out of it, so... I was dreaming. That's unlikely. Neuropenol is quite powerful. In fact, many patients report a sensation of lost time. Do you feel like you've lost time? I feel fine. Good. How about that leg? How's your leg feeling? Yeah, that's the important part. Conway shifted his leg a bit in the chair, testing it. Well, this isn't my leg. Seems better, but it wasn't worth it. It was the heat. The shingles were cracked in the sun, and one of them slipped out under his feet. What? Shingles? What are you talking about? Who slipped? Your thoughts and feelings are probably still a little nebulous from the neuropenol TM. That's totally normal. It'll pass. I wouldn't recommend driving at least for another hour or two regardless. Conway stares remotely at his leg. Let's talk about a few things we should be aware of. Recovery, rehabilitation, and side effects. I should have plenty of resting time coming up because he's retiring. Good for you, vacation or... Shannon casts a reassuring glance in Conway's direction. Well, at your age, I want to be clear. You should expect lingering effects of the injury for more or less the rest of your life. Don't immerse it fully in water. Avoid extremes of temperature. I'd stay away from dusty roads and mountain lions as much as possible. Mountain lions? Good advice in any context. Best thing you could do is keep it clean and free of debris. What do you clean it with? Only clean your leg with a soft cloth moistened with water or isopropyl alcohol. You'll definitely want to avoid abrasive agents like detergents or other solvents. So do you have any questions? Anything about the bill that didn't make sense? I don't mean to rush you, but I have an early fishing trip. Tell them about the payment plan and the bill. Ah, yeah, that's one of the atypical clauses. I don't really have any control over the bill now that the Consolidated Power Company bought my employer. They handle everything. So it all runs through the electricity bill now. You can pay it back in full on your next billing cycle, or you can get on an energy credit payment plan. You'd have to call Consolidated for more detail about that. I don't really understand how it works. Something about generating electricity to send back into the grid. Oh, one more thing. Don't be alarmed if you experience any side effects of the neuropenol. Typically, we see daydreaming, deja vu, pensiveness, fugue states, irregular perception of time. About 15% of patients report a generalized sensation of lateness. Nothing to be alarmed about. Just keep it in mind. Thanks for your help. Julian's outside. We can head back to your truck. This is so weird, chat. Yeah, drugs can't cover this. Holy shit, what happened? Talk to Blue. Get some rest back there. That doctor seemed nice enough. Just got over his head is all. Okay. Talk to Shannon. How are the drugs treating you? I feel a little distracted. Streetlights seem a bit brighter. Feel a little distracted. You're probably pretty tired too. I usually feel more tired after a late night nap. Hey, you ever take anything for that? Caffeine pills or... It's all or nothing for me. Oh, right. They probably tell you to steer clear of all that stuff, huh? Yeah, I guess you never know. My folks had a peculiar relationship with medicine. We almost never had a regular doctor or health insurance or anything like that. Our immigration stuff was a mess for most of my childhood, so we only qualified for state programs and small patches before something or other would get contested, and we learned to just pile on dentist appointments and stuff in those short windows. If a cut got infected or her migraines were too much to handle, Mom would talk to a so-and-so who knew so-and-so, usually another minder, and end up with some pills. And instead of medical advice, every pill came with the gossipy anecdotal warnings and superstitions like all this lore that came with it, like magic, dangerous, mysterious. Ever run into any problems? Sure, yeah. Stuff would be expired or mislabeled. Mom was allergic to penicillin, as it turned out. That was scary. And one time in high school, Weaver got these pills to help her focus. She was so smart, but always going off in different directions, mind racing, like 5 conversations going on in her head at once. And you're lucky if even one of them is with someone in the room, you know. That's a weird sentence. So she had these pills, and they seemed to help. I was struggling in school, too, failing history class, and she offered to share the pills. Did it help? At first, yeah, it helped a lot. I had a kind of presence and clarity of purpose that I've never really had otherwise. I didn't want to stop taking them. One day I was sitting in bed, my notebook was open next to me on top of the textbook, and I was holding the pen in hand. I remembered this moment for several years before. It came up so suddenly, with such precision, I couldn't put it out of my head. It felt like I had to stay with it until I'd recalled the whole thing perfectly. Deja vu is very much like that. It was just a tiny, nothing moment. My mom patching up the side of a bird cage, winding some spare wire around the frame to reinforce it. I was fixated on that image and that sound, the cage kind of bending and twanging as she worked on it, rapping and nodding, scraping copper against paint like bowing a rubber violin with a railroad tie. My parents came back from the triple shift and found me still sitting there on the edge of the bed, pen in hand, delirious with thirst, patching that bird cage with a 1,000-yard stare. I am pretty sure she was on hardcore uppers. So what's the plan here? Head back to the Zero, I guess. Use a bite to eat. Oh, okay. You've been on the road a while. Well, there's an all-night convenience store not too far from here. Is that okay? Sounds good to me. Okay. We can take 31 heading east. It's right before the 65. So 31 east before 65. Well, it was good knowing you, Burb. The truck engine sputters and dies as Conway guides it carefully off the road next to a fallen tree. Fucking serious, man. I can't even get food in this place. Act 3, Scene 2. A tree. Okay. Oh, the art design in this is so good. And there's the boy again. Ezra's here. Nothing to be done. Just won't start up again. Damn, you had this truck long? You never seem to start it at night. Wait. Is this why you always leave your truck running? What's that's up on the hill, so? I get the picture. Anyway, do you know this area? Anyone around here that could give us a hand? I drove past here yesterday. Looks like a road crew's been out here. Hey, we should call someone. Do you know a good towing company? Yep. Lucky Boot Collision and Towing. Here's their card. Found this card for a Mercadet wreck recovery on the dash. I can't read the name or the number on this flyer, but it looks like a picture of a tow truck. We're going to go with Lucky Boot Collision and Towing. Lucky Boot. All right, I'll give it a call. I hope I can get a signal out here. Ah. Shannon speaks into a large brick cell phone held up to her ear. Hi, hello. We've got an old, I want to say diesel, old truck just stalled out. Inaudible, irritable, inaudible, sleepy, inaudible, confused. Did I wake you? Your card says open 23 hours a day. Inaudible, accusatory, inaudible, inquisitive, inaudible, suspicious. Well, isn't that convenient? Do you just put that on there for plausible deniability or what? Inaudible, apologetic, inaudible, forceful, inaudible, obtuse. Obtuse. That's okay. Look, we need to get back on the road here, and I'm sure you're busy too. Concerned. Thanks for the offer, but we really just need a tow is all. Pragmatic, meticulous, neighborly. We already ate. As soon as you get out here, we're off 65 somewhere, just kind of pulled up by the tree that fell over. Tangential. I always get people like that on the phone. Okay, well, I don't know any of those people, but that does sound like the right area. You've been over here before? Indulgent. Okay, my pleasure. How long do you think you'll be? Silence, radio music, distant traffic sounds, radio music. Hello? I think they're on their way. Guess we have some time to kill. Pretty grim place to be stuck. Wonder what happened to the tree, I mean. Maybe it's just old. You know what used to happen to old trees out in the forest? Wildfire would come through and clear them all out and made room for new trees. But then people built houses and we can't have fires going all the time, so we keep putting them out. And now we have all these old trees choking out saplings, starving young trees for resources, just clinging to life until snap. And then some road crew comes by and blasts the stump with dynamite. I think I'll take a look at the radio of yours. Maybe I can get it going again. So this is actually the opposite of the case. So much stuff has been lumbered. They're right about the fires. You should have controlled fires. We do have controlled fires because we need to burn the undergrowth. The young saplings and bushes are actually what cause problems in wildfires. The old growth is mostly fine. If you have a lot of old growth, it blocks out the light, which keeps young growth from forming, which is true, but that is good for wildfires. The less young growth there is, the fewer bushes there is, the safer it generally is in the woods. They're less likely to go up in flames, but it causes all sorts of problems. That's how you can tell virgin woods from non-virgin woods. There are parts of Daniel Boone that are completely virgin, and you can tell because there's almost no undergrowth. And you can tell where people have chopped trees down for lumber because there's tons of undergrowth. I want to talk to Ezra real quick. Are you bored? Are you? Yeah, most of the time. Let's play a game. How about 20 questions? What would you like to play? Okay. Looks meaningfully at his shoes. Got it. Okay, guess. Oh, okay. Is it a bird? No, you're guessing too soon. Can I see it with my eye? Yes. Would I recognize it if I saw it? Does it last for more than a day? Well, we put it together and it takes a while, but then we break it apart right away. No, it doesn't last more than a day. Not the way it really is. Is it bigger than a dog? No, a dog is bigger. Except for one of those really little dogs or puppy, I guess. Does a puppy count as a dog? All right. That's all your questions. What's your guess? I think I get a few more. I wasn't counting, but I'm pretty sure that was 20. Is it a jigsaw puzzle? Yeah, it's a puzzle. Julian found it in the bus station. It's a picture of a spooky underground lake. There aren't any boats, but some pieces are missing, so maybe that's where the boats are. This game is so weird. Let's talk to Blue. Always talk to Blue. How long do you think we'll be waiting here? Do you get bored late at night? I don't. I like it better when everyone is asleep. Okay, Shannon. How's it looking? The leads are badly corroded, but I'm making progress. That's what I like about working on electronics. It gets easier as you go on. For me, it's just the opposite. Almost there. Weird. Johnny, is this the right way? I don't recognize these trees. What's to recognize? It's just a bunch of trees. Just... trees are so quiet, right? Usually you'd hear birds, wind, a squirrel or something. Turn your ears down and focus on the radio, Cricket. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'm a little bored. I'll work some chord progressions in my head for a while or something. Should have mentioned the sky instead. Is the bike kind of dragging a bit tonight? We've stripped our gear down pretty bare already. If only we had some trash to jettison. You know you'd miss me. I only miss you when you're coming back. You're a good kind of trash, Cricket. Oh ho, we should write a song about that. A fugue for solo guitar. A dirge for drums and voice. No, definitely a fugue. Maybe for an encore. Johnny. Singing. More than all the silver and gold of this earth. You should have been a poet. I'll leave the poetry to the professionals. Nervous about the set? Yeah, I guess. No, we're good. We know how to play it, just... then what? Just hang out at the bar, I guess. That's interesting. So they're going to the bar. They're Junebug. They're the ones that's supposed to play, but are late. They've gotten lost along the way, and unfortunately, the Hard Times Distillery people who look like neon robots showed up. It's weird. Oh yeah, Harry's great company, carping about late nights and his bottom line. Weird. But they were fictional? No, I think they were real. I think they were supposed to show up that night as well, and they just didn't. Sidecar, headlight, brake disc. What do I want to break? Sidecar. I think they had a dog. You'd appreciate this. An API my code calls at work has been updated, and all the endpoints have been updated. Wait, I'm... at Brant, you'd appreciate this. An API my code calls at work has been updated, and all the endpoint paths have been changed in the testing environment without anyone telling my team. So, they play really... yeah, the play... That's a good point! I didn't think about that. They are fictional within this world. Maybe it's based on a real... I don't know, dude. That's interesting. What's with you and animals lately? I don't know. They have warmth. We still have all these useless bread for the bakery gig. It's stale, but a dog won't care. I didn't see that Brant was in here, but Brant, if you're in here, I love you, man. I'll get to Numa and Ghostbusters and stuff. Ghostbusters will probably be pretty soon because of Halloween around the corner. Fine, just for a minute to share some bread. You're the best, and hey, maybe if they're not busy, they can fill some seats at the gig. You know, if no one's there, Harry will try to bilk us on our fee. So they're gonna go back? I'm confused. Maniacs. Are you okay? Sure. You? Oh, no, I'm fine. Thanks. They were in a hurry. Where do you think they were headed? What do I think about where they were headed? Sometimes you're pretty abstract. Asking somebody where they think somebody is headed in a hurry is an interesting question. So my code is broken in test, and it took a while to learn why. And I don't know if they're about to break production. That's interesting. They shouldn't have done that. They should have warned you guys. To Johnny, stay here. To Ezra, careful. He's wicked with strangers. Ha, you. Who's chasing you? Hear that, Cricket? We're being pursued. I knew it. Who's after us? That's a good question. These folks seem to have a certain handle on the situation, so... Dinosaurs. Sure, something like that. Listen, we've got two questions for you folks. What kind of people do you take us for? I mean, how do we strike you? Probably from space. I love Ezra. I always said you fell from heaven, ma'am. To Johnny, otherworldly. It's unmistakable. Now, here's another question for you. Do you like music? Do you like music? Lizette used to sing in taverns on the weekend. Beautiful stuff. Of course you do. They interrupted him. Say, they should come to our gig. What an idea. Well, we're waiting for a tow. A tow? I won't hear about it. This time of night, you'll be kicking your heels till dawn. We'll fix your truck up. Me and Johnny are a couple of regular gearheads. Why, I just put a new cylinder block in that baby over there. Oh, what are we calling this? What are we calling their motorcycle, chat? I like Sloth on Wheels or Vicious Cycle because it's a play on the fact that it's a motorcycle. What do you think? What do Junebug call their motorcycle? Help me out, chat. Oh man, my joints. Feels like everything should pop, but nothing is popping. Come on, chat. I need some interaction here. I feel like it's the Vicious Cycle. All right, Vicious Cycle it is. That's what we call our bike. We call it the Vicious Cycle. Pretty tough, huh? We'll get you fixed up quick so you can come to the gig. See, we have a regular booking tonight, and well, we're running late. Very late. That's what I told them. Now the old man who runs this venue, Harry Esperanza, is a notorious withholder. And if we don't get a few bodies in the crowd, well, he'll go all penny pinching on us. Just a short set. We only have one song prepared. We'll come to the gig, won't you? You'll come to the gig, won't you? 1 second, chat. I shouldn't drink soda when I stream. You don't really have the time, to Johnny. Of course they will. Can you believe we almost didn't stop? To Blue. Hungry, old lady? I think I got some crust in the Sard car here. But that dog of yours is such a pitiful sight. Well, it's all said and done. We stopped. That's all that matters. Our gig's at the old tavern called the Lower Depths. Cool name for a tavern. It's over there by Old Charlie Morin Highway, just east off of 65. We usually take a right off the interstate around the petting zoo. Johnny likes the petting zoo. So we're going to the Lower Depths. It's by the Old Charlie Moran Highway, just off of 65. They usually take a right at the petting zoo because Johnny likes the petting zoo. I do like the petting zoo, he says. Now, let's see about that truck of yours. I feel certain we can get it running. Wait, what is this? Oh, we can tune the radio? Chat, this is so wild. This thing is really difficult to navigate. What else we got? I like this one best. Where's the damn Charlie Minor Highway or whatever? It's a convenience store. Convenience store is just a tiny booth in the middle of a lot that must have been an active gas station. The light in the booth is on. Approach window. The inside of the booth is big enough for a card table, 2 chairs, and a few plastic crates filled with snacks and warm Coke. 2 men shuffle plastic dominoes across the table. Knock on window. One of the men waves brusquely in Conway's general direction and returns to his focus on the game. Look for a door. He finds a sliding service window on the far side of the booth, the kind that can slide in and out of the booth without allowing anyone to reach in and make a grab for the cash register. Pass in some money. One of the men lets out a vexed sigh. Without standing, he turned his eyes away from the game. He reaches into a plastic crate, retrieves a small blue bag, distractedly pushed it through the service window. Chips or something. The bag is illustrated with a cartoon drawing of an avocado, but the nutritional data suggests it's pretty sugary. The expiration date has been worn away. Weird. So, what does the book say? Take 31 heading east. It's just before 65. That's from the museum. Nolan Dam Road. Where the hell are we going, chat? There's the mine. My controller is shaking like crazy, by the way. We make better speed when we're on the main road. They said a right off of 65? Oh, there's the petting zoo. We take a right at the petting zoo. Good call. The petting zoo is closed. Oh, they went that way. I can just follow them now. The tavern. We made it to the tavern, chat. Thank you, Soups. You helped me a ton. Act 3, Scene 3. The lower depths. If you guys will give me a second, I'm going to go get like a cup of coffee or something and take a pee, and I'll be right back. I brought the kitty back. Figured you guys want to see the kitty again. But he's getting big. He does not like to be held as much as he did before. What are you doing, little buddy? Good boy. Yeah, you good boy. What you doing, catties? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. You want to play? Nope. You want down? Don't knock my coffee over. Please. You want back out? I better put him back out. If I don't, he'll get into everything. Come on, little dude. Come here, little shithead. Come on, little shithead. Go on. You know where you want to go? Go on. Why would you... Okay, that's one way to do it. Go on. Instead of just jumping on the ground... My damn headphones. Instead of just jumping on the ground, he, like, launched himself across the room to the other chair over there. That's, like, I don't know, like 6 feet or something. He's a small cat. He shouldn't be able to... I mean, he should be able to, but it should be difficult for him to reach that far. He had no issues. He's like, the floor is lava, man. Let's talk to this beautiful dog here. Doesn't feel right. Feels dead here. Or like something once died anyway. There's the truck. The bar door. Kind of late. Are you sure they're open? Sure, they're open. This is one of those places. Give me a minute here. We are not saints, but we've kept our appointment. How many people can boast as much? That's lovely, ma'am. Who said it? A poet. The reason why I want to wait a second is because there's often stuff hidden off the side in a lot of these scenes. Yeah, see, dumpster. You can always find hidden stuff. The trash bin is filled. Several pairs of working shoes, a few hats, and a small Ziploc bag with 3 pairs of eyeglasses. Okay, so that's creepy. Because a bunch of people went there after work. The old man had glasses. I don't know about anybody else, but I wonder if they... what's the word? Repoed their bodies? Talk to Junebug. Johnny, ma'am, I hate to say it, but the cupboard is bare. Have some vision, Cricket. We've got 1, 2, 4 patrons. Harry doesn't count. Well, we've done more with less. What kind of music do you play? It's like Serrano Cole meets Ike Towner, but with a woman lead, and the keyboards are kind of ambient whisper wave. Fucking whisper wave's a thing. Little bit more reverb. There's some Dolly Crown in there too, like the early stuff before she joined the Sheet Swingers. I swing sheets all the time. Better drum programming though. Whisper wave, got it. I think he gets it, ma'am. Oh, he gets it. That's it, chat. We're making whisper wave. The animation on him is really good, by the way. He looks around as he walks. There's like a sandwich there, so he's like, let's look at the sandwich. A rough brick between 2 pieces of stale bread sits at the center of the table, surrounded by a ring of undisturbed dust. Why do they keep calling brick sandwiches sandwiches? I mean, I guess it is a brick sandwich, but it's fucking weird, man. There's some goggles. Let's check out the goggles. A bulky set of black goggles sits on the edge of the table, next to an ashtray, a newspaper, and a few empty glasses. Huh. What is it? I guess, I don't know. Can I tell you a horrible secret? I never wear eye protection in the shop. It's dangerous, I know, but I'm always looking back and forth from my oscilloscope to whatever I'm working on, and the scope has this peculiar kind of hard-bordered glow that well, I've never found a pair of goggles or glasses that doesn't smear out the glow. At best, the lens softens everything so you can't quite find the edges. Press brick sandwich is packed full of Italian meat, cheeses, olive paste, and more before being compacted into a delicious game day treat. That's cute. Ezra. Ezra flips eagerly through the jukebox catalog of songs. Shannon, what do you think? I don't know how to play this game. He thinks it's a game. From some bakery page? That's amazing. Harry, all I'm pouring tonight is Hard Times whiskey. Got any coffee going? No coffee, Hard Times whiskey. Shit. Yelling towards exit. Say, shut the GD door, would you? I can't afford to run the AC all night. When those people walk, they sound like robots. Sorry, Harry. Oh, it's you two. Where have you been? Never mind. Listen, I can't keep this place open through the small hours of the night. Just waiting for musicians. Wait, are they robots? Gets lonely, doesn't it? Yeah, kind of. How about some music? There's nobody here to listen to it. I can't pay for it. We brought some people, Harry. A crowd is forming. Yeah, but also Couldn't you use a break, Harry? Don't you want to hear some music, Harry? Don't you trust me, Harry? Been on my feet all day. But how does this play out? Come on, robots. Show us what you got. How's it looking out there? How y'all feeling tonight? Tired. To Harry. Can we get a bit more reverb in the monitors? Harry adjusts the soundboard behind the bar. How's that? Test, test. 1, 1, 1, 3, 50. Lamentation. Lamentation. Sounds good. How's everybody doing? Anybody had a real bad night? To Conway. How about you, old man? Yeah, real bad. Well, try not to make it too much worse. We'll try not to make it too much worse. This is a song I heard in a tavern many years ago at an open mic night. Me and Johnny were out just riding around, you know. You like to drive around, old man? That's my job. Of course you do. I bet you it's Lizette's song. So we were out riding around and we passed this gaudy old tavern. I mean, it was a real dive. Busted up facade. Weeds in the parking lot, taps all dry, bats in the bar room, and run by this creaky bag of bones. Looked like the only thing keeping him awake was fear of death. So glad to be back here at the lower taps. Hey now. So we stopped for an early drink, and there was this lady singing right here on stage, and the song she sang, well, is stuck with us. And it's now a regular part of her repertoire, so it's Lizette's song. Never got the lady's name, but she seemed like a sweet gal, and she had a voice like Scotch whiskey, and we just hope we do her song justice. So here it is. Too Late to Love You. Interesting. When you left me, That reminded me a lot of like Chelsea Wolfe or Emma Ruth Rundle, kind of like this almost like post-industrial throwback to the 80s, ambient female-led vocals. It actually wasn't bad. I've heard it before. You look like you've spent an evening or two in a grimy old tavern. Listen, we appreciate you folks for sticking around for the show. There's nothing more wretched than playing sad songs to an empty room. We've just got to get our fee from Harry, and then we'll get headed on our way to, Zero. Hey, Harry. Well, Harry, I think that went pretty well. I'd say the crowd was into it. Reverential. Wrapped. I guess the usual fee is about right, and we'll let you get back to your business. Well, that's just the... Damn it. I was trying to tell you to. I can't pay. They cleaned me out. I've got nothing left but a GD IOU from the distillery. An IOU? Yeah, I traded them for some whiskey, and I guess I had some surplus credit, so I got this note to get some more from them later on. Must have been a hell of a trade. I had to. Got to keep this place open somehow, goddammit. Watch your language, Harry. Could you pay them with the IOU? Well, very contemporary, very astute. How about it, Harry? Let's push some paper around. Well, it's just... I can collect on it here when they bring more whiskey up. But for you to cash in, you'd have to go down to, you know, down to the distillery, down to Hard Times. And you know, you've got to take the zero. So that's what we'll do. How do we get there? Are you folks sure you want to head down there? I've never been myself, but I hear people hear things, rumors. Do you know another way to Dogwood Drive? Got a letter, did you? I've got a stack of them. Well, okay, sounds like Zero's your only course now. Harry, you're all right. If only. You got a radio in your car? Yup. Well, here's what you've got to do. Take a left out of the parking lot, and then just fiddle around with the dial until you hear something familiar, I mean familiar, but strange. You know the feeling? Like I used to go hunt for my uncle out in the mountains, and now I watch these nature programs. They're filmed in the mountains, and there's a deer, and I know all the plants and every kind of tree, but something just doesn't look right. And it's even stranger for being so close to familiar, something like that. You'll know it when you hear it. Fix that strange but familiar station on your dial, drive for a bit, and then turn around when the station cuts out. I mean, right then. Hope you folks find what you're looking for, eventually. Always a pleasure, Harry. Sardonic, is it? What a weird way to find your way around. So now I've got to listen to the radio like I was before. And turn around when... This station doesn't quite match the bartender's description. Definitely weird, though. Let's keep scanning. He said we would know it when we hear it. What's this station? I've never heard this before. Sounds like horses. Horses running? A race? Lisette and Ira had some horses years back. Yeah? I've always been a little afraid of them. They're so big and, I don't know. You look in their eyes and they're almost human. Horses are crazy awesome. Like they're human and animal at the same time since they've been domesticated so long, I guess. Well, that fits familiar but strange for me. Harry said, we just drive until it cuts out? Go left. Whoa. Why is the one horse posing? That's odd. Oh, there's more than one posing. That's unusual. Hall of the Mountain King. Act 3, Scene 4. I hope it doesn't play the song because most of them are copyrighted. Most of the versions of this song are copyrighted and it'll mute. Let's talk to Blue first. Hey Blue, how you doing? What do you suppose happened here? Some kind of storm washed it away? Just a slow drip from the ceiling wearing it down? Johnny, time to cut him loose, ma'am. Well, now I'm having fun. Ha, okay. Slow night anyway. Bridge. The bridge ends abruptly, crumbled in disrepair. Boardwalk. Oh, it goes up. Interesting. There's a rope here. Oh, wow. Can we go up? A loop of decayed rope is coiled on the banisters. Some rotted sections have been smoothed over with the fine dust. Computers. Broken computer monitors are heaped precariously among the rocks. Then there's a pet carrier. A pet carrier for a cat or small dog has been left by the path. A calcified, ragged rag wadded in the corner may once have been a blanket. There's someone up here. Backpack. A hiking backpack leans against a rock that's empty except for a dusty bag of cat food and a few punch cards. Fire. Is Luna up here? A pile of discarded electronics burns steadily in the center of the chamber. Oh, okay, it just repeats. That's fair. Go talk to Amy. Don't know who Amy is, but plus PTSD from the witness. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god, that was so awful. Like 5 hours of trying to complete the challenge, and then the next day I beat it in 3 tries. Like, I was glad, but I was so pissed. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe it took that long. Oh, it's triangles within triangles down there. Shifting, intersecting, overlaying. Isn't it romantic? Let's see. To Shannon. You're here to steal back the love of a boy you once knew, when you were too young to recognize the movements of the heart. To Conway, and you're escorting her, pretending to have her interests at heart, while really, to Junebug, really you're in love with a young woman as well. And so you've agreed to help him conspire to win her affections, but it's just a ploy to set him up for embarrassment and diminish him out of the picture. What do you Junebug's like, I'm into it. Well, maybe I still have the knack. I used to be really good at this. I had 11 novels published, from The Billionaire's Bidding to The Fields of Longing. Real hot bodice ripping stuff, you know. I miss those days in my Lexington studio apartment. Just me and my thesaurus. Steaming up the windows. Girl, I don't know that you should be writing books and steaming up the windows at the same time. Look at the pages damp. Musty. Mildewy. I'm not sure you should be listening to this, kid. I'm not listening. But of course, it couldn't last. You know, suddenly it was all computers everywhere you went. I thought I might be able to do something with that, inject a little libido into those ugly beige boxes. Ha! So I went back to the university and I studied human-computer interaction, and then I picked up Donald's research assistantship here as a tester, debugging. In my off hours, I played around with the doomed love story at the core of our little simulation that seemed to amuse Donald, so I kept at it. I'm afraid I tinkered too much, made it too complex. Now our work is never done. We don't even have to add any new functionality. The bugs just grow on their own. Too complex. I miss those days in my Lexington studio apartment. Did she use a typewriter or something? Let's go talk to the old man. Donald puffs on a smoldering pipe while half mumbling, half singing an old country tune, softly. Where the old green river runs through hills and caves not known to us, down to that sunless sea. Oh, who are you? What's that song? Well, you've caught the verse of my absent-minded warbling. It's just a song from my youth. Something a dear friend used to sing to herself as we hacked on crystal radios in the boiler room, singing, "In old Kentucky, where my love a lovely home did build for me, and where the old green river runs through hills and caves not known to us, down to that sunless sea." From there on, it's all meandering rivers and romantic greenery, and that is... What were we talking about? We're a bit lost, actually. Ah, you came from the road, the zero. No, you should stay off that road. Not safe. Bizarre topology. You'll never get anywhere. It just brings you right back here. Back to the cave? Always back to this spot. It's a prison, an irrational prison. But I don't mind, not anymore. This is where my life's work is, the computer, right on the other side of the spire. It looks like a harmless old computer, doesn't it? Like some beat-up mainframe exhumed from a university basement and left in this cave to rot or to flower. No, it's no ordinary computer. I've modified it extensively and in some pretty experimental ways, believe you me. That's not to say nothing of the software, but... You look like a technically minded sort of person. Tell me, do you know the effects of mold growth on diffused-based transistor circuitry? Sounds like it would short circuit. Certainly. But not all of it. Some multifilaments are more or less conductive than others, and it grows in nonlinear, chaotic patterns. We can guide it a bit through a simple application of classical horticulture, but we can't produce specific results, only tendencies. Thwarted and feeble, we hammer on this derelict keyboard. My name is Reason, King of Kings. But we are mere gardeners in the ruins. Our keystrokes echo off into the tunnels, boundless and bare. The caves stretch far away. We are too late. Always too late. What? Did you say something? You were about to tell us about the software. Oh, the software, my life's work. Xanadu. You've heard of it? Perhaps you've read about it in a journal. It's been years since I published anything. Xanadu has evolved significantly since I explained its data structures in my article, Literary Multitudes, Hypertextual Narrative, and Post-Structural Witness. Wait a minute. Evolved and then deteriorated. Donald sighs dramatically and takes a puff from his pipe. I'm afraid you are too late. Fellow hypertext enthusiasts, as the mold accumulated in the circuitry, Xanadu blossomed for a moment into something holy and enchanted, and then all the charm was broken. I want to read the LMHNP. I was hoping there would be some kind of sneaky there. Do you have any idea what it's like to spend your life building something and then sit powerlessly as your work declines into ruin? So Conway does. I drive deliveries for a small antique shop and we're closing. Shannon does. I fix TVs and I'm about to lose my lease on my workshop. Ezra, my family disappeared. Julian and me don't know what to do. And Junebug's just like, not really. Then I hope you never have occasion to be haunted by the ghosts of missed opportunities. Well, I have my own ghosts and I keep them in there, in Xanadu. It's running on that glorious dusty machine. Take a look at it if you like. Too late to do anything but smoke and reminisce anyway. Far too late to do anything. So there's Andrew and then Xanadu. Do you know that when I first... No, I mean, if this cave were larger, could it Now I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, I've got it. How would you characterize this space, the one we're standing in now? Seems endless. You have no idea how right you are. Decades of mapping and notating, and how can you tell what formal quality makes it seem endless, you know? That huge fire, the smoke just disappears. Mysterium tremendum. It sends the shadow, scattering momentarily, lights the mouths of unseen tunnels. That fire is constantly reshaping my... Close your eyes, will you? Close your eyes. Only if you close yours. Okay, okay. I can do it from memory. Good. Now, you are standing at the top of a rocky peak. A tongue of flame licks the shadowy anatomies of... Where are we? Oh, here again. How disappointing. Sorry to disappoint. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't be so attached to the future. It's always getting in the way of my work. Better to be in the moment, carefully observing and documenting with no attachment. Let me give you an example. I was a grad student studying statistics when I started working with Donald on his project. He said he needed someone with more analytical mind to do the descriptive writing, someone who would appreciate the cave descriptions as real labor instead of taking their authorial voice for granted. Donald warned me it would be long hours of typing painstakingly detailed descriptions into the computer, and I've put in hours, believe me, I've put in hours. I've described every facet of this cave in such detail that sometimes I don't know if I'm reading or looking, writing or exploring. Often, in the dark and lonely moments, I worry that in my sleep I've transcribed rooms from my dreams into the system. How would we know? They could only be entered with precise, faithful detail. That's all I know how to write, and all I dream about are caves. I only dream about caves. Damn, Andrew, you got some issues. Can't seem to get comfortable in this chair, chat. Wait, let's look at the gate real quick. A massive gate constructed out of the scavenged materials blocks the passages down the far side of the spire. Okay. Go to Xanadu. Xanadu! Why do I recognize Xanadu? Isn't that, like, from something? Oh, there's Roberta. Let's talk to Roberta really quick. The kingdom is in peril, Roberta laughs. Well, what else is new? Where's the kingdom? You're in the throne room. There are 3 legendary treasures hidden throughout the castle that will restore these ruins to their former glory. What do they look like? She's messing with you, kid. Roberta laughs. Enchanted jewelry, talismans, a magic mirror that prevents the future, a magic shield that protects the bearer from age, a magic chest that always filled with... I never went to the university. I was an independent scholar. It means I took to the public libraries like a beachcomber. I studied fairy tales. And then I came to work for Donald. I paid the bills, rubbed leathering elbows with academics, scraped black mold from caves. Finally, now I carry the firewood into senescence. The kingdom is in peril. Okay. There's Xanadu. Let's look at Xanadu first. This game is so weird, by the way. Baffling control panels are sheltered from the elements with worn tarp. A closet-sized wall of knobs and wires looms behind the machine. Humming faintly, an electric typewriter is the only easily recognizable component. How do you think we get it started? This old thing? Maybe there's a hand crank around. Oh, it has a run key. Press the run key. Press the run key, chat! Good job. Thank you. It rings a bell. It does. It does ring a bell. Xanadu is like a movie featuring Sean Connery? I don't think that's right. What did it say? It's also a video game from 1985. Really? Xanadu, why you are stealing at the Eid something is a fearless... Ha, this thing is in rough shape. Try blowing on it. Conway blows some dust off the keyboard and presses the return key. Teen Road. Are you something? Okay, that's worse. Kind of looks like a house, type house. Typing house. That's something weird. Movie was a musical starring Olivia Newton-John. I swear it said bleed out for a second. You are in below East Passage with something everywhere. Remove the computer. Crying on their backs and being something. Everything's something now. Lula. Donald. Inventor. I've got the something machine and something part from the School of Music. But my voice, so we won. Joseph has something punch cards. He transcribed from the something paper reader. And you've got something. How's your back holding up? Damn, I can't tell what she's saying. Have a good night, Soups. I'm going to be wrapping up soon. I have a portable degausser with me. Old systems like this one can build up a remnant magnetic field that sort of warps everything along a wave pattern it's settled into, you know? Degausser clears it up by suddenly shaking the magnetic field around until it's uniform again. That's how I like to think of it anyway. Like shaking a snow globe. We used to use the degauss option on old, what was it, CRT monitors? God, that's so much better. Tunnel, something. Well, okay. Stalactites, something. Adorn the ceiling, something. Is where you set up men. Premature, end of file, press any key to quit. This is a lost cause. What a piece of junk. Thank goodness that's over with. That was so loud. I don't know what the hell the point of that was, but... Act 3, Scene 6. Hall of the Mountain King. We were already here. Hopefully this will wrap up Act 3 because I want to get something to eat. And what was that about Lula? Maybe Donald knows something that'll clear it up. Go to Donald. It's a hell of a walk. Not worried about the fire or any of the other people. This is a weird camera angle. Ooh, something weird is happening to the foreground. This game has some pretty severe weirdness that sometimes gets in the way. Like we're stuck in this camera animation just trying to get around to Donald, and I can't interact with Donald until the camera is done transferring all the way over there. It looks cool, but it gets in the way of me just wanting to figure out what the hell is going on. There we go. Talk to Donald. Thank goodness. So, you've seen it for yourself. What's left of it? Pretty busted. The chalky bones of a beautiful dream, but you can see what it once was, can't you? Can't you? There was so much more to it, ornate labyrinths of memory, exhaustively simulated parallel cave ecosystems, real artificial intelligence built on sophisticated neural network algorithms. The birds in the forest could flock in 3 dimensions. The bats could learn to sing, and then it began to crumble when the strangers came. First, we only heard them, walking heavily through the caves, dragging things around, hammering and clattering their tools. Sometimes we heard working songs, never close enough to make out real voices, just their echoes cascading wordlessly in the tunnels. Then we caught a glimpse of one. What do they look like? They look like... No, it's too horrible. I shouldn't be telling you about this. They're dangerous. They're strange. I should never have tried out with them. They were always too much for me, but it's too late now. If I'd listened to Lula, Lula Chamberlain? Yes, of course. Oh, you know her? We were looking for her now. No, she's gone now. She left. We built the computer. Did you know, Lula, Joseph, and I? Lula is gone from here, but Donald points across the cave with his pipe, still in there, in Xanadu. I don't know where Lula is now, or how we get there from here, or how to unwind that damned tangled highway, but Xanadu, before its ruin, was faultless as an oracle, a shrine to perfect simulation, until, but maybe. Those weird interlopers destroyed Xanadu. Perhaps they know how to fix it. It may be dangerous. I've sent many eager seconds to negotiate with them to repair my masterpiece, but there, that tunnel, push back the vines, crawl out into the darkness, watch your step, and after a while, you'll feel the terrain change beneath your hands and knees, from rock to crystal, then to mud, then you'll be out. That's where the strangers come from. Now leave me alone. I still have a bit of mold in my pipe and a few dreams left. Where the fuck am I going? Act 3, Scene 7. There's a lot of scenes in this act. There were only 5 in the previous act. There are 7 so far in this one. But I think after this cutscene, this is probably where I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. It's been a long stream. About 5.5 hours. I was hoping to wrap up 3, but I assumed it would only be 5 scenes. Xanadu was also the name of a mansion in Citizen Kane. Oh, that's probably where I know it from. I never saw the musical. And I never played the game. Oh. Options. There's multiplayer. That's interesting. Let's hope it saves. Exit the game. This is where we're going to wrap it up for today, boys and girls. It's been a fun day. Slow day. Game's a lot slower than I would have liked, honestly. It's still fun and interesting, but I almost wish it were like an animated short or something. The gameplay itself leaves something to be desired. So hopefully we can wrap it up tomorrow because I'm completionist. I can't let it go. I'm hoping that there's some great revelation because the plot itself is actually pretty good at times. It gets the game is weird, not bad, but weird. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. Because the plot will be really slow and trudgery at times, and then suddenly something will happen that makes you go, what? Well, now I'm interested. Like, why does the bar exist in real life but also only exist as a play? A play that I believe was written by Lula Chamberlain, who was also an artist, but also worked in the office building, but also was friends with Donald and is in the computer. And it's like, what? Maybe my wires are crossed at this point. I think I've just been on too long. I want to go back to classic Myst-like games. There are just so few of them. I have Hourglass and Numa. I'm going to have to play them because I can't replay. I mean, I can replay Myst, but you can't play Myst for the first time again, which is a bummer because I fucking love those games so much. They're some of my favorite games of all time. But yes, I'm gonna have to bid you all adieu. I'm very tired. I'm going to go get something to eat and figure out what I'm going to do with my evening, which probably involves a lot of chores. But I will see you all tomorrow around 1 p.m., hopefully. I guess it's just you now, Sigourn. Submachine series. Let me see. Wow, there's a bunch. Are they like point and click adventures? Read more. Point and click fans, this game has you written all over it. Submachine is a relatively easy game of escape the room variety that will engage you in puzzle solving skills for about 10 to 15 minutes. And if you haven't played this one already, you're in for a simple treat. Several rooms hold as many puzzles and items to find for solving the mystery of the submachine. Use your mouse to point and click your way through the game and to pick up items you find along the way. Drag and drop an item from your inventory to place it where it's needed. Crisp and attractive graphics are pleasantly complemented by atmospheric sound effects to enhance your overall experience, created by, I'm not going to try and pronounce his name because I'm going to ruin it, Skutnik. Submachine is a straightforward and polished point and clicker that is accessible to most anyone. I want to see, like, these are the graphics. It feels like an old Flash game. As far as I can tell, they're still free. This is probably, yeah, the online free version. You can play the online free version. But you can buy the HD version for $5 or whatever. No. I want to play the online free version if possible. Let's see. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out at a later point. But that's a cool idea. I will bookmark this page. It's very neat. All right, I'm off to do chores, boys and girls. I don't know why I stumbled over the word chore, but I did. All right, peace out. Good night.